Hello, I am Archivist Asheron, and welcome to my study. And today, we are back to Asheron's Call once again. Now, hopefully, if all goes well, I'll be reaching level 150 during the stream. And then who knows what we're going to do after that. I was thinking we might do Dark Isle flagging, but that looks like it's a pretty involved process. So hopefully that goes all right. I don't know. But our first priority is to get 4 levels, approximately. I mean, 3.5 levels is more like it. But that shouldn't be too difficult, because I have a lot of dailies that I can do. And the culmination of all of those should get us to 150 pretty easily, one would think. So we'll just get straight into that. But additionally, yesterday, this will help us significantly with our dailies. So yesterday, I had gone out and started farming some alternative currencies. Namely, the small Ulthoi venom sacs from the Paradox Touched Valley. Now, it took a long time. It was probably like 4 or 5 hours of farming. But eventually, I managed to save up about 25, or exactly 25, small Ulthoi venom sacs, which I could then turn in for promissory notes, and then exchange those for Moyer coins. And using those, I got myself the Great Blood Scorch weapon, which I'm hoping, since it has Undead Slayer and Resistance Cleaving Fire, that it will end up being my undead killing weapon from here on out. Not that I'm really planning on killing a bunch of undead, because honestly, other than like certain quests, I don't know when I'll use it, but certainly it'll come in handy on Dark Isle specifically. So if we do get flagged for that, that'll be good, because probably the easiest enemies on Dark Isle are those shambling Rooshk. They're technically, well, they say they're Rooshk, but they're undead Rooshk, so they get hurt by the undead slayer. So it's very good against them, hopefully. I actually haven't tested it out, because I got it just last night. I used it against some Tuskers, because it's it's a fire weapon. And in that case, it worked perfectly fine, but I wasn't really testing the Undead Slayer, it was just testing the fire, resistance cleaving. But it's quite nice, it has level 7 buffs on it. It has a cast on strike, fire AoE. It's decent, just regular stats on it, so I have high hopes. But of course, for the Ulthoi portion of our dailies, we're just using the slashing weapon, because, I mean, fire's not bad against Ulthoi, but it's certainly not my first choice. But yeah, so once we hit level 150, I'll be able to put on our new jewelry, which will mainly give us cold protection, which will be nice, because I don't think I have cold protection at all right now. And once we get that, we'll also be able to put on our yellow Aetheria that I've already found one of. And of course there's the Dark Isle flagging, which are, I mean, the main part of Dark Isle flagging requires 150, though we could still do Visital Isle flagging, which I think is just level 130 requirement. So we could still do that either way. But we wouldn't be able to do the second portion to get onto Dark Isle if I don't hit 150 today. Oh, and while farming, I also farmed up, I just picked up every single stamina potion they ever dropped, which was a surprising number, actually. So I'm now all stocked up on stamina potions again, and mana potions. Why are these not stacked? That's a bit weird. But yeah, mana potions, stamina potions, all stocked up, which is good because I need a lot of them on a regular basis. So we're just doing the Ulthoi pincers first, or at least the applicable ones, because I like started with the Ulthoi soldier pincer, because any ones before that just don't really give a significant enough amount of money or experience to be worth it at this level. There's the pincer. This is a smaller stamina potion. Probably don't need it. But yeah, I've done all these dailies so many times that I'm just gonna speed run through them a bit. Oh, I'm also hoping through the course of our dailies, which we're starting with like almost no XP in the bank, but I'm hoping through the course of all of our dailies, I'll get 1 billion XP, and then I can get the blank augmentation gem filled out with an augmentation that'll make my buffs last longer, which, speaking of which, we need to reapply those, which is just great. Let's, I guess, do that now. It's better to rebuff while you still have buffs. Mainly because my character can't really cast the buffs very well at all. And for now, I'm manually casting all the buffs, but I won't be doing that forever. It's just a temporary measure because usually when I buff, I just like set the Verindi tank to auto buff and let it do its thing because it's a lot easier. Maybe not more efficient, but definitely much easier to just let it do its thing. But as of right now, since I don't have enough skill to cast level 7s efficiently, it doesn't really even try to cast level 7s when I activate it. I don't know if I could like force it to, or if I'd even want it to be doing that, because I don't know how efficiently it could do it. Because like I always cast like do the creature magic buff first, so that all my other spells have a higher chance of landing. And I'm not certain if it would actually prioritize the creature magic one first, or if it would just kind of do whatever the heck it wants. So for now, we're just gonna be going with manual buffing. It's not a huge deal, I don't think. But yeah, having 20% longer duration on my buffs would be quite significant. And I'd probably just get that every week with my Aug Gem for the next 4 weeks as well. And just get that fully completed. Because having 2-hour-long buffs will be incredibly important for me. I did consider like maybe it would be more important to get the you don't lose buffs on death, but that's just kind of planning for failure, you know? You don't want to do that. Yeah, I'd rather assume that I'm not gonna die, and thus just get the longer lasting buffs, rather than just assume that I'm gonna die a ton and need the buffs to last longer through death and all that. Which I'll probably still get that one anyways, but just not as like a priority. But I have a lot of augmentations to be getting. And it kind of sucks, because there's not many ways to get augmentation gems. Although, the way that I've, like, the rate that I've been leveling at has been quite good. So, in theory, I might get to the point where I can start doing the society augmentation gem quest, but I mean, I'll need to get to level 180 to even qualify for being in a society, and then I'm going to need to get to a high enough rank to actually do that augmentation quest, and I'll need to be strong enough for it too, which probably means I'll need the Dark Isle armor, which will just be great. That's going to be a lot of farming. Although I'll actually be farming the Dark Isle trophies probably a lot, just not even just for the armor, but for the XP of it, because I think it gives baseline like 13 million every single trophy, and that's kind of an insane amount of money, or not money, XP. So it's a pretty efficient way to level, I think. Or at least if you're wanting to sit there and farm stuff, it's better than just killing enemies, because the enemies themselves probably give a good amount of XP, and then the trophy from each group, which is you get one from each 5 enemies you kill, then gives you an additional 13 million. Unless it's one of the... I don't remember if the 13 mil is from the small trophy or the big one. Because I remember the inner island enemies give bigger trophies. But either way, it's some good XP. So I'll probably be doing that a lot. And hopefully with this character, killing those groups won't be too difficult. On my mage, it was pretty scary, because the enemies can do a lot of damage, and when you don't have very much AoE potential, it's a bit scary. And I suppose mages do have AoE potential, it's just not nearly as much as two-handed characters do. But I would still try. I remembered that earlier when I was last playing my mage, I was just getting into using blast spells instead of bolts, because depending on the angle that you could get on the enemy, you could actually do a lot more damage per shot if you just use a blast. So that's usually what I was trying to do, but let's see. It didn't always work out. But you know, those like especially big enemies, when you can just get that perfect angle to get all 5 shots hitting them, it's quite nice. Because then that's like, generally it would be about 100 damage per shot. Depends on what the enemy is and what kind of modifiers you have on the wand, but generally it was safe to say about 100 damage per. So you not only get, if that's 5 shots for 100 damage each, you're doing about 500 damage, plus any crit damage you do, which, you know, you have 5 different chances to crit every single time you throw out a spell, which is quite nice. And then, on top of that, even if you miss with any of this, even if any of them are resisted, you're still doing like 3 to 400 damage, because they're not going to be able to resist all 5 spells usually. So yeah, it really helps, because the worst thing is when you spend like 3 seconds winding up for one bolt, and then the bolt is resisted entirely, and all your damage is out. Especially if the enemy has high regeneration, because then you're just being set back even further. At least if you're doing the blast, you're doing some amount of damage every single shot, and thus can offset their healing at the very least. So that's what I ended up doing mostly there, but still, the AoE potential wasn't amazing. And AoE spells themselves just didn't pack enough punch for those Dark Isle groups. So mainly, I think, going in with a two-handed weapon, possibly this one, so I can hit 3 of them at once, but probably I'll be aiming for the shambling undead Roosh enemies, because I've found those are the easiest to kill, and with the Great Blood Scorch weapon, they should go down easily. So hopefully I can just kind of pick and choose my fights and kill only the Roosh on Dark Isle, and get my Dark Isle armor. which we'll have to see how that goes. And even what armor set I'm wanting to get. Because I was looking at it and I was like, I was thinking if the Relic Alderessa is even worth it. Because it seems like it just doesn't give as much benefit as the Relic Ancient Armor. And sure, it gives, like, you know, epic strength and stuff like that, which is obviously going to be very important for me. But I can always get those from jewelry. Whereas the Ancient Armor gives, like, I think it was moderates in every major stat. And then also still has all of the life protections, which are very important, because I wouldn't be able to get all life protections just for my jewelry unless I had, like, the perfect set of jewelry, which I most certainly do not. But, yeah, so I'm thinking I might just go with the Relic Ancient Armor, especially because, you know, then if I ever have a higher level mage, I can just switch the Ancient Armor straight over from one to the other, no problem. You know, because you can't really use the Relic Alderessa on a mage, but you can most certainly use the Ancient Armor on a melee. But I've still got quite a bit of time to think about that. I mean, if we do end up flagging for Dark Isle today, I might need to decide it today, but the chance that I'm going to be gathering up 100 trophies today for the first piece of armor anyways is quite slim, so I probably have at least a couple days before I have to actually decide which armor set I'm wanting to go for. You know, it's sad that I haven't found the small hive portal yet. You know, usually I run across at least one small hive portal throughout the course of my dailies. You know, it's also fortunate that I'm doing dailies that I have memorized, because if I actually needed to look anything up, I don't think I could, because the wiki that I always use is apparently having some technical difficulties today specifically. Why did I run all the way in here? It's probably not an issue. I think I've kind of outgrown being scared of mutilators, but usually I draw these guys out into the hallway so I can fight them a bit easier. Yeah, no, they can barely even hurt me. I mean, I guess after spending so much time in the Paradox-touched Olthoi Valley, simple mutilators aren't really gonna scare me. There's the mutilator pinsert. We'll just move on. I could loot the rest of them. They probably would drop, like, steel keys. Do I need to go anywhere else after this? I don't think so. I'm not high enough level for the... Oh yeah, this map doesn't have the higher level portals on it. There's like a higher level place right around here or something. Let's see if we can't find the small hive portal, because that's kind of important. Although, the chance that we'll find one now, just running around randomly, is not great, so we might just ignore it for now. But we did get 2 of the letters and all the pincers that I wanted. So that should be plenty. And then once we've gone and turned these in, we should probably do the Tusker Tusks next, because those can give quite a lot of XP. And then I guess probably the Olthoi Chasm quest would be next. I'm probably not going to do all the dailies, because that would take hours and hours and hours. Like, there are a lot of dailies I could be doing. Because, like, there's quite a few that I just don't even bother doing anymore, like the defense of Zykal. It gives good XP, but it's kind of a dangerous quest with Eaters having really, well, the Eaters and the Viamonians having really high melee attack, and then having all the Viamonian casters in there as well. It's like you need to deal with both the threats at once. It's quite difficult. Take the pincer. Stop monologuing at me. Get all our trade notes. Very nice. Then we have to go to Greenspire, which I would normally just use the portal out here, but I keep realizing that that one's destroyed. That's kind of the issue of jumping back and forth between Decarutide and, you know, like retail Asheron's Call, which I guess isn't even retail anymore because Asheron's Call doesn't have a retail version. But, you know, fully updated modern Asheron's Call. Because, you know, in modern Asheron's Call, they destroyed all the portals, which, you know, I usually try... Oh, hey, my Aetheria leveled up. That's nice. Now it can finally actually give me benefits. But, yeah, I usually try to not say anything bad about Asheron's Call because it's... I don't know, it's hard for me to even think about bad things about Asheron's Call because I like the game so much. But at the same time, I can realize that being able to, like, remember all the old routes and the different intricate portal connections that were a thing back, I think it was just before 2006 when Decarutide is set. It's, I don't know, it's a lot cooler because then you actually get that experience and you know exactly how to, like, traverse the world yourself. You don't just run into the town network and everything's laid out in front of you. You know, you actually need to have the skill and the know-how, which is something I very much like about it. Because I remember trying to get around on Decarutide is quite difficult until you know like exactly how to get to each major town. And even before you, like, try going anywhere, you need to, or at least I need to sit there and, like, plan out the route if I don't have it memorized. Because it's like, oh, I need to get to, well, this is a simple route, but say I need to get to Rithwick. I would be like, okay, well, I start in Urak, because Urak is where my Hearthstone, or Lifestone, is usually set. So that's where most of my mental routing starts from, because that's usually where I leave from. So you go from Urak into the Blue Spire portal, which is right there next to Urak. And then way out in the... just way out back behind Blue Spire is a Holtberg portal. So you take that. And then in Holtberg, you go way out into the woods, kind of towards the... what is it called? That one... Is it just the Holtberg Redoubt? I think it is. You go out towards the Holtberg Redoubt, and there's a Rithwick portal. And now from Rithwick, you know, you've gotten to Rithwick. That was where this example would stop. But from Rithwick, I believe you can... was it another Alluvian town? Yeah, I think it might have been Lytlethorpe. Actually, this map might still have, like, the destroyed portal next to it. No, it's not listed. But there's, like, a portal somewhere... Why is there not even the settlement portals on here? Cause it... Oh. Right, you spawn... I was looking here and then up, but it was here and down. Yeah. So there should be... It doesn't show it, but right around here, there's a portal that, in this version of the game, is destroyed, but on Decarutide, it's up and running as far as I know. I think there's one portal that goes to a show town, maybe Shoshi, I think, and then another portal that goes to Lytlethorpe, I think. which I've always said Lytlethorpe because there's a Y there, but I've heard people call it Littlethorpe before, which makes sense because sometimes people spell little with a Y, especially in like town names. So I've just been saying it the way that I've always said it, but there definitely is some amount of credibility to calling it Littlethorpe. Which would also kind of make sense if it was just a smaller version of a town called Thorpe. Which, I don't know. I don't think there is such a town in, at least in Asheron's Call itself. It might be in the lore somewhere. Maybe a Isparian town somewhere on Ispar. But, who knows? I'm kind of surprised there aren't a bunch of, like, because if real life has taught me anything about naming things, especially towns, a lot of people like to name things as, like, new this. Such as when a bunch of people came over to the Americas from good old England land, they named multiple places like New something, such as New York. So that is a pretty common naming convention. I'm kind of surprised that there aren't more new something names in Asheron's Call. I don't think there are any. Other than, of course, like, New Yanshi. But that's because Yanshi got obliterated. So that's not really like they just moved positions. That's actually, it had to be rebuilt. Yeah, we'll just destroy these guys. And actually, there is a big group here. But let's see how Blood Scorch does. It's about the same amount of damage, it looks like. Oh no, that's a bit, it is a bit more. Plus, this also has the critting capability. Or at least it should have similar critting capability to the other weapon. Because they both have crippling blow, I think? Yeah, I'm just gonna scan these guys really quick for gold and red letters. Because the one thing that I've still not been able to farm up is the golden Gromnies. Getting all these letters means free gambling tokens, which means free chances to get golden Gromnies. So while I'm here, I might as well search everything. Am I using the right button? I don't think I am. Yeah, I was using next object rather than closest unopened corpse. I always do that because they're like right next to each other, so I just hit one of them by instinct and never realize if it's the wrong one or not. But that's fine. We looted most of them before switching over to unopened corpse. Alright, now up to the armory, and then over to the tunnels, honeycombs, the holding, and then the lacuna, which is way down there. Which, I mean, I understand it's the highest level dungeon of the Tuskers, but why'd they have to put it so far away? It's like an 8-click run just to get to that final dungeon. There's no shortcut for it, as far as I know. You just have to run. Which, you know, it doesn't take too long at this level, because you just run at insane speeds, but still, could be a bit faster. Which means I just need to get my run skill maxed out at some point. Yeah, that's the obvious solution. You know, things don't need to be closer, I just need to run faster. Alright, well, I think these guys are some of the... No, I think the plated Tuskers are the ones that have the highest armor. Probably. So these guys shouldn't be an issue. But I do know some Tuskers, even if you're using the best fire weapon in the game, still... Well, this isn't the best fire weapon in the game, but you get what I mean. Sometimes, no matter what you do, you're not going to do much damage to them, because their armor is just insane. Breaks off the tusk, and these guys are 100, meaning they can't drop the letters, so no reason killing more of them. Straight on to the tunnels. But yeah, I am a fan of this weapon so far. Still, as I said, have not tested it on undead, so I don't know what percent that is. I know that undead slayer, like any slayer on a quest item, isn't gonna be uniform, because every slayer item has like a slightly different percentage that it increases it by. Some can be like increasing it by 300%, and other times it's just 50%. You know, it depends on the weapon. And I don't think there's any way to tell unless you like were to attack a Tusker and then an undead and see what the discrepancy in like your crit damage is. Then you might get a like a rough idea of what the percentage is between one and the other. But so far, it's hard to tell. Also, biting, I can never remember biting strike or crushing blow, like which is which when it comes to, you know, because one of them is increasing the crit chance and the other one is increasing the crit damage. Okay, this one has biting strike, and that crits all the time, so I think biting strike is the crit chance. These dang debuffs. Alright, but our buffs still have a while, as long as they don't get, like, purged or something. I know it sometimes tries to purge buffs, but I think that's just life protections. Because it only ever purges, my Blackmore's favor, even if I'm fully buffed up. Because, you know, all my life protections are from my armor, so I don't have to worry about it like I usually do on my mage characters. Although I suppose on my mage I'd be using ancient armor as well, but I probably wouldn't be supplementing the missing life magics with jewelry like I will be on this character. I do like the lighting effect that the Blood Scorch has. I hadn't really noticed it earlier, but in certain dungeons you can really tell that it has a big bright aura around it, because I mean it's, I guess, literally on fire, so that would kind of make sense. Man, but I almost died like 5 times trying to get this sword, because, you know, I'm not nearly high enough level to just be able to confidently waltz into the graveyard in the middle of the night to try and get the weapon from the smith guy. So it was quite difficult. Like, and for some reason, I don't know why this was, if this was like a bug or if I'm just not in that crypt very often at night, but the crypt that the smith guy was in, it was full of ghosts, like a bunch of those graveyard spirit things, and it was terrifying because those things hit like a truck multiple times. They just did one hit that did over 100 damage to me, and I don't even think I was vulned at the time. It just hits me for a casual 100 cold damage. It's like, well, what am I supposed to do about that? Though, I think that was because I don't have a cold protection buff. So I'd probably be doing like 40 cold damage if I had the cold protection buff on. But still, that is an insane amount of damage that those ghosts can just casually throw out. That's not even to mention the spells. Those spells can hit like a truck even without the vulns as well. So yeah, I don't know why there were like 4 or 5 different ghosts inside that single bunker, but they were there. They were just crawling. The place was just crawling with them. So I don't know what that was about, but it was terrifying because it took multiple tries before I managed to get into the smith's room without anyone else following me, because, you know, the doors are just wide open all the time. So if you don't time it right, the ghost could just follow you straight into the room, and I wouldn't have survived long enough to make the transaction before getting killed by them. So I just constantly got to the smith and then got followed by a ghost, so I just Aphis Lassel portal gem straight out of there before it one-shots me. But eventually I got a run that worked, obviously, because I have the weapon right here. One thing I do feel like is a bit weird is I feel like the proportions are a bit off on the weapon. Like, I feel like the blade should maybe be a bit thinner and maybe a little longer. Because it's just the ratio between the handle and the guard and the sword. And maybe the handle should even be a bit longer, because that's a bit of a short handle for a two-handed weapon. But other than that, it looks pretty cool. Alright. It's always scary jumping down on this platform, because they, a lot of the time, can try to push you off and get you stuck in the pit below. Which I haven't gotten stuck down there in quite some time, because I've gotten used to the timing to get down there without being pushed off, but I am not sure if my current level of jumping prowess would be good enough to jump back out of there if needs be. I guess next time I fall in there, we'll just have to see if that's, if it ends up working out. Okay, just open the corpses, thank you. It's so hard to click the enemy corpse when there's still a bunch of enemies crowding around you, blocking your vision. Oh yeah, but I could also, at some point, revisit the Lady Airfall quest. Because last time we tried that, we got all the way to the boss room, and then we just got bursted down by spells. And it kind of sucked. So, I could revisit that quest now that I'm much higher level, and have had... And now that I've specialized magic defense, that's going to be a huge thing. Plus, I now have a fire weapon, and I believe Airfall's apprentice, the boss enemy, is technically an undead. So I won't just be using the Fire Atlan sword, I'll actually be using an Undead Slayer sword, which would be very, very much more efficient, I'm sure. And hopefully this thing can actually kill Killigurg better. And I was trying to kill Killigurg. It's weird to say kill Killigurg because that's like the start of his name. But I was trying to kill him earlier, and he just does not go down. I think they gave him, I was looking on the wiki earlier, I think he has like 100,000 health. And none of my attacks were doing very much damage at all because I was using a slashing weapon. So now that I have a fire weapon, that's pretty good. Maybe he won't be as difficult and won't take like 20 minutes like he took earlier. It's like he wasn't even difficult. He didn't even like cast spells. He just, I mean, he always hit me, but he only hit me for like 5 damage per hit, if that. So I would just kind of sit there and tank him for, oh, they got an Annihilator up here. I don't think they're too scary, but they're kind of rare. You don't always see them around. Anyways, what was it? I was talking about Killigurd. Yeah. Now I'm doing fire damage. Hopefully it'll take only like 10 minutes to get all of his health down. Though he most certainly is not undead, so he's not the optimal target. And then Azaxis. Fire is good against Verendi too, I believe. So I might have a better weapon for both of those. Oh, but speaking of the Colosseum, I did a very dumb maneuver. Because as you may realize by me talking about it, I do have access to the Colosseum bosses, which means I would have had to do the actual Colosseum to some degree. And so, yes, I did do the Colosseum for some dumb reason. I felt that I could. But I actually did get all the way up through room 7 and the first half of room 8. I was hoping very much so that I would be able to finish room 8, but the crystal, like the crystal lord with all the crystal minions, was just way too much. There was a bunch of spell damage being thrown around, and if I could have had like a sanguinary Aegis, I probably could have made it through there, but just on my own with my magic defense to protect me, it was not nearly enough. So I'm gonna need to wait on that until I'm higher level. But I was hoping to get that specific, room of the Colosseum done, because that would give me access to the... I forget what the name of them is, like Death Swarm Queen or something? Whatever it's called. It's the Ulthoi Colosseum boss. It just does not want to let me hit both targets at once, does it? Oh, there's that AoE. Seems like it's very much luck-based whether or not that AoE actually comes out. Because I think that was the first time, maybe second time, in the entire duration of me fighting Tuskers that it actually came out. Now, what I am wondering, because the weapon is the one technically casting that AoE, do you think that the AoE itself also benefits from the Undead Slayer? Because I would think so. Oh, there goes... what was that, my cloak? Yeah, my cloak leveled up. So that's now max level. Very nice. That gives me a better weave of magic defense, which... it's probably not the optimal thing to have on the cloak, but it's certainly... I'm very paranoid about spells, so that's what I'm getting. And of course I have Sigil of Defense, which I think just generic damage reduction rating should also work against spells, I should think. So both of these together make me rather strong against spellcasters, hopefully. And let's see, actual level-wise, I'm just 147. Not quite there yet. But we still have quite a few quests we could do. Like, I haven't even done any of the Moorsman quests yet. I was gonna say the Mormon quests, but that's not existent. There are not Mormon quests. There are Moorsman quests. Yeah, those quests should give me quite a lot of XP. But first, we're gonna attempt the Cavernous Ulthoi Chasm. I think that's the full name of it. Yeah. Which I've done this many times before, so it's not really an attempt, it's just... I'm gonna do it. And get loads of XP for it. Because it's pretty easy. Oh, and there are high-level undead in here. I could test out my new weapon. Which I assume Undead Slayer does not mean it'll work against skeletons. Because there is a distinction there. Seeing as how even the smith guy in the graveyard himself sells both a undead slaying weapon and the skeleton slaying item. Let me test out my damage against Verindi. Okay. Well, level 50 Verindi evidently get one shot. So that is a good sign. I was also considering maybe trying to get the ultimate singularity weapon, though I don't know how useful that is, because it would only be good against Verindi, because the weapon itself isn't really anything special, especially in comparison to the other, the two weapons I have currently, where slashing would be pretty good against Verindi, and it can hit 3 targets, and the Blood Scorch, of course, is fire, which is good against Verindi, and can do it AoE. So I don't know. Really, I can take out Verendi with multiple other weapons. So would I really need a Verendi slaying weapon specifically? I mean, I might still get it at some point just because I want to have a full arsenal, but who knows if it would actually be better than either of the other weapons. Into the Ulthoi Chasm. Some people say chasm, but I'm fairly certain that it is patently incorrect. Alright, these guys, I could test the weapon on them, but they're not even really high enough level. They would just get one shot like those for Indy. And that wouldn't really give us any data to work with, I'm fairly certain. So I'll probably wait until like the final level where, or maybe second to last level in here. Because that's where the like level 150, 160 type undead are located. I just need to remember to grab the note before going in the portal. It's very important. Which is funny, because I've never actually forgotten to grab the note before going in the portal. I've just always been paranoid that I will forget. Alright, let's see. Level 80s? Alright. Well, a Dark Revenant with a shield got hit for 188, and everything else is one shot. I probably should check them for Dark Revenant thigh bones. I just didn't think about it. Alright, Risen Lords, level 100. Are you guys going to be any match for the weapon? I mean, that's not as good a damage as I was hoping. It definitely seems like the percentage on the Undead Slayer is not incredibly high. So in like the late game, once I get weapon rending figured out and actually can find really good weapons, it might be better to switch this Blood Scorch weapon for a fire-rended sword with the Undead Slayer property from the quest. Although, I would probably need to look into whether the Undead Slayer property from the quest is better than the Undead Slayer property on this weapon, which I don't even know if that information is out there. Because I don't know if people actually cataloged like the exact percentage and did testing and all that. Although actually, that information would probably be on the not the wiki, the like Lifestoned program, right? Because people actually needed to input all that information to make the weapons in that program, right? So if I were to like reverse engineer it, go to the site and look up the item and kind of look through the properties, and I might be able to find like the exact percentage in there as to how much damage it does. But who knows? I'll need to look into it. Either way, this certainly does a passable amount of XP, or amount of damage. Why do I keep saying, like... I said money instead of XP, and now XP instead of damage. My brain is just not running on all cylinders, apparently. But yeah, it certainly does a passable amount of XP, or damage. I did it again. 2 times in a row. A good amount of damage against undead, it would seem. I mean, it was like about 200 damage. Okay, you're skeletons. You won't get hurt by it. But yeah, it was almost like 200 damage without a crit, and then anytime it crit, which it does fairly often, it was doing about 400 damage. Which I guess I can't expect it to be doing as much damage as my mage's Undead Slaying Wand, because there's very little in this game that does more damage than a max level rended undead slayer wand that you're casting incantations through. Like, this is the wrong way, isn't it? Or no, this is the dungeon that has multiple ways you could go through it, but this isn't the way I usually go. In this one, I turn right here. Dimilich. Let's try against you. Okay, you had a bit more protection, so that was only 130 damage. Interesting. So yeah, it isn't as good against undead as I had hoped, but certainly better than any other weapon I have. So that is an improvement, if not completely overpowered like I thought it would be. Alright, now Swarm Mutilators, my favorite. This portion of the dungeon was always super scary to me when I was lower level. But now I don't think they're really that much of an issue. And let's see, we still have buffs. Yep, plenty of time. So now we just need to get through here without getting too horribly debuffed. Because yeah, really the Ulthoi in here, as far as I know, are only an issue if you're horribly debuffed by the undead. Now we just get out of here. I don't know how much those things would be able to hit me if I started trying to use the facility hub portal gem, but I didn't want to risk it. But I think, yeah, I got all the notes, so we just need to go turn those in now. And that's also where I get, like, all of my, gems of stillness, which are very important, quite crucial to my survival. Why am I in here? I just completely autopiloted down into the Ulthoi pincer room. That is not where I need to be. I need to be this way, into the haunted mansion. Probably because it was an Ulthoi related dungeon, so my brain was just like, Ulthoi section. So we got a lot to do. I'm gonna kill these guys, because we need to... They might drop some kind of gold or red letter. Nope. Because, once again, I'm gonna need to, at some point, farm up as many gold and red letters as I can, so that I can get all the gambling tokens and get the golden Gromnies. And I guess in the end, what I mostly need is luck. Just sheer giant heaps of luck, as much as I can acquire, because those golden Gromnies will take a very long time to find otherwise. But I'll get there. I mean, people have done it before. I don't think they've really done it alone very often, because, usually when you're buying a mansion, you have an entire allegiance worth of people out there scouring the landscape for golden Gromnies. But okay, short detour, I have to know. Rabbit Master Lifestone. What does that mean exactly? That's the thing I love about Asheron's Call, is you can just be running around and you just find something out in the landscape that you had no idea it was there, that it existed, what it is. Then you can just go check it out. Which is also why I like the map, because I wouldn't have even known this was here. I wouldn't have run across it unless I had been following the map. And just kind of looking at it and seeing off to the side Rabbit Master. Which I guess I can kind of assume what that means. So he probably has a lot of rabbits. But I'd like to know firsthand. what this exactly is. What was happening over here? Okay, there's a non-alive scarecrow. It's good. There's a rabbit. Maybe a fake rabbit? I don't know. The rabbit's in here? No. I think this guy's a... Excuse you. Dang iron golems. How does fire do against you guys? Probably not great. Huh, that's not bad, actually. Not amazing, but not the worst. And yeah, this thing does crit about as much as the axe does. No hearts. Alright, Bunny Man. I saved you from iron golems. Ah, my glorious garden. Ruined. It's ruined. It's those terrible rabbits. When they first showed up, I thought it would be simple to get rid of them, but nothing worked. I kept trying and trying. I recruited every adventurer in Dareth to help me, but they wouldn't go away. When I gave up and left my little farm behind. Or then I gave up and left my little farm behind. But farming's in my blood, you see. I just can't let the rabbits win, so I came back. You know what I found? They've been breeding. There are more of them than ever. Go and see for yourself. See if you can do anything about the vermin, why don't you? Bring back some sign that you've killed one of the big ones, and I'll make sure everyone knows your rabbit-killing prowess. Interesting. That is an interesting quest. I might come back here later. Let me actually look up what the heck this guy's about. Let's see. Because if the quest actually gives good XP, I might come back here. Oh, Rabbit Master. Let's see if that pulls him up. It most certainly does. So let's see. Related quest. His ruined garden. Let's see. How much XP does this give? It's hard to tell. I'm not used to this wiki because I'm having to use the other wiki in the meantime as the when I checked this morning, the wiki I usually use just wasn't up. Okay. It does not tell me how much XP it gives, so I'm gonna assume it gives none. Maybe? Okay, we don't need to go back in the portal. We need to go to this guy. Okay, Rat, you're being very rude right now. Trying to turn in a quest? Yep, so that is the motherlode of all stillness gems right there. Very nice. And plus we get... I accidentally moved that out. We get a bunch of other nice trade notes to use. So let's see, what is next? We did the tusks and the pincers. We did the Ulthoi Chasm, which it's taking a lot of XP to level us. So we can do... Ooh, let's do the Moorsman. Yeah, let's start the Moorsman now. So that requires going to Red Spire first. Which... I don't know, is the Red Spire one worth it? Might not give enough XP to really be worthwhile. Because that one is pretty low level. It's like level 20 or something. But the note in there is probably worth something, because it's like level 40. Well, that's still not very high. So yeah, let's actually skip that one. Let's see. I need to get the whole list. Let's see if it... Interesting. It seems this wiki has each of the Moorsmen on the Shores quests separated, which is a bit of an odd choice to me, but alright. Well, I can just go off memory, probably. So, the first one's in Red Spire, we're skipping that one. Second one's in Maoi. So we'll head over this way. Then I think third one is Danby's Outpost. Fourth one is Beach Fort. Fifth one is Ayan Bekur. And the last one is in Eastwatch. If I'm right, they might be a little out of order, but as far as I can remember, that's the order. And I think fire would be fine against these guys, but we're gonna use the axe just for the extra split damage. Because there are a lot of these guys in this room here. Doing some good AoE would probably be nice. Like that. Where's the key? There it is. Somehow just got directly on top of that guy on accident. Alright, that's good. Got the egg. Now to do the dungeon. And I should remember my way through here pretty well. So as long as I don't miss any of the jumps, which I usually don't. Yeah, I would say that it's probably pretty rare that I miss the jumps, but it does happen. It's not unprecedented. Yeah, if you miss any of the jumps, it makes the whole dungeon take 10 times longer. Not a fan. Okay, I can just jump across that because they weren't paying attention. Need to clear this. Because these guys, they always try to body block you. It's very annoying. Because like, you're just trying to jump across in peace, and they come out of nowhere and start body blocking you for no reason. It's like, come on, man. Just let me do my thing. So yeah, sometimes they're not paying enough attention and you can just sneak right by, but some of them are extra vigilant. You don't want to risk it. Luckily, these ones are still pretty weak. I wonder if fire would be better against this guy, actually. The slashing doesn't really do the trick against him. Nope. Still pretty bad damage. Let's see how that compares to this. Leaving about 30 something damage. Okay, this does even less. Interesting. Let me take the note. Then I have a portal here. And we don't necessarily need it for this one because you turn all of them in Maoi, so I'll be back here anyways. So we're just gonna head on out. Go to the next one, which is probably, I'm just gonna assume that it's Danby's Outpost, which should be Annex, right? I can never remember. Yeah, it's right there. I can never remember if it's Annex or Alluvium, because it kind of seems like it could be either one. Alright, but we're not going to Desert March this time, or the Humming Crystal Portal. We're going to the Moorsman camp. It's so hard to always get these guys, like, clumped up, because there's always going to be at least one stuck on the staircase, and the rest are going to be stuck behind the stairs. So it's like, if you want them all bunched up, you need to move in such a way that you get them all both from off the stairs and from behind them. Which is a tough thing to do. Also, why are you the one person that didn't get over there, and you're the one with the key? Why does it always happen like that? And all these dungeons have the same exact layout, so you just need to memorize the one, and you've memorized them all. It's quite efficient. Though it can get a bit repetitive if you're doing them all. Because, like, I always, anytime I'm doing the dailies, I do each and every one of them in a row. Possibly even, like, multiple days in a row. So that, it does get a bit boring after many, many attempts. And it makes it all the more irritating if you ever miss a jump, because then you have to redo the dungeon again that you've already been doing like 10 times a day. Oh, and my buffs are running out now. You guys are 100? So we don't need to check them for that stuff. Come on, get the spells. Get. This first one's always going to be the hardest. Especially because now that I don't have the Explorer armor, if I let my spells run out, I have even lower chance of casting the spells because my base one is 270. So that's 30 under the point where you have 50% chance to cast. So what we're going to have to do, take off the helmet, put on this helmet just to get our creature magic buff so that we can do this. It's very irritating. Maybe someday I'll find a way around that, or just have enough base skill to actually be able to cast it most of the time. I should probably keep a closer eye on my buffs because of that. I need more mana. Probably even more. Item buffs cost a lot of mana sometimes. Like that, how it just took like 150 mana for Brogard's Defiance. One more for the last 3, hopefully. Oh yeah, we definitely have enough mana for these. Cause yeah, I don't pretend to know exactly how mana conversion works. But sometimes a spell will cost like 100 mana. And then other times a similar spell costs like 5. Or even the same spell. It's like, I don't know if it's just a percent chance based on like the difficulty of the spell versus your mana conversion skill. And thus if like your mana conversion is significantly higher, it just takes almost no mana to cast the spell. I'm not sure. I don't know how that works. All I know is sometimes Brogard's Defiance takes like 100 mana, and other times it only takes like 10. I have no idea what exactly dictates that. So this guy takes no damage because of his shield. Let's attempt fire. That's, I think, slightly better. Still just about as bad. Let me down. Thank you. There we go. Then we can turn in this egg over at the fort, and then we're off to Beach Fort, which is just great. They look Dark Revenants. See if we can't get a thigh bone. And I think I already have the Revenant parts back in my house. And if not, I can always just farm Revenants specifically for the Revenant parts if I really wanted. Here's an egg. Thank you. Okay, so now we need to go back to Maoi, but to go to the settlement portal so we can get to Beach Fort. And from Beach Fort, we actually have 2 quests to do, which I'm trying to figure out what the optimal, like, path would be. Because I think we'll want to go straight to the Beach Fort to do the Moorsman quest, then go turn in the egg, and then go down and get the replica, or not the replica sword, but the Sword of Belenese for that other quest. And then we'll just teleport home after that. So we got 2 quests to do over there. And then we can get back to the Moorsman quests again. Which would, I believe after that, just go to Iron Bakur. Which is easy enough. Yeah, at this point, the Moorsman quest only really gets difficult once you... Which actually, we're going to switch to slashing. The quest only gets difficult once you get to Eastwatch. It should be this one? Yeah. So yeah, it still doesn't show where the dungeon down here is. I don't know why. You'd think that would be important enough to... I know it doesn't have like a portal that you enter, but you'd think it would still have the entrance marked somewhere on this map. Because it's not the Undead Barricade, it's like right here or something. But luckily it's pretty visible from a long distance out, so you can find it without the map very readily. So let's see. We are a bit lacking on XP. I was hoping... I mean, as you level up, the amount of XP it takes sharply increases over time. But I was kind of hoping we would be a bit further along than we are now with this number of dailies. Because, like, I'm going to do the rest of the Moorsman and the Sword of Belenese, but other than that, what else is there to do that would be efficient? Because, of course, I have other dailies, but ones that would still be efficient at this level, and ones that I can readily do and remember how to do without having to consult the wiki at all. I'm not sure. I could attempt to do Eater Jaws. Although I don't usually do those, so I'm gonna have a hard time finding the locations in the right order, but it probably doesn't matter too much. And those do give quite a bit of XP as far as I remember. They're usually not worth it until higher level because those eaters have a bunch of damage that they do, so it's too dangerous to be worth it at lower levels. There we go. Into the portal. Do this dungeon again. It is interesting because the layout's the same every time, but the enemy placements are always a little bit different. Which I guess doesn't really make much of a difference, but Still interesting to see some jumps that usually have an enemy at them, but in some of them they don't. So it can sometimes make life a bit easier or a bit harder. But luckily I have this map that can show me when an enemy is like just around a corner. Risking it? Oh, there we go. Trying to speedrun all these jumps. Even on ones where it's a bit more risky. Not gonna risk that one though. Because trying to jump around them when they're already there is, I wouldn't say almost impossible, it's just not very probable. Alright, time to fight this guy again. You know, it's interesting, because these guys cast spells, and they even cast Vulns. But I think, like, the highest level ones, they cast Vulns on you, but then they only shoot Shockwave 1. And it's, like, such a waste of their magical talents. Yeah, just like that. They cast Lightning Vuln 6, and then he's like, not gonna expect this. Shockwave 1 does 8 damage. Like, okay. If that's the spell you want to throw at me, I'm not gonna complain, but it just seems a bit out of place. You know, it's not exactly what I would have expected from such a high level enemy, but you know, I'm certainly still alive because of it, so. So yeah, I need to head down this way now towards wherever that dungeon is. And I should remember the way through that dungeon, even though I don't have the map from the wiki, and I also don't have the mini-map over here to guide me. So it used to be really hard to get through that dungeon, but once I did it like a few dozen times, it's now like baked into my memory. So hopefully, just running off of sheer instinct, I'll be able to get through the dungeon in one go. Because if I get lost in there, it might be a bit hard to find my way again. So we'll see what happens. Not that anything in there is really all that scary to me. Yeah, it should be just down here. It's a light-colored area, kind of like the beach over here has the light-colored sand. It should be a big circle of light-colored ground in the middle of this forest. I would do the overhead view, but my keyboard doesn't have a numpad. And that makes it very... There it is. No, that's the beach again. So, never mind. Is that it? That's it. I believe that is the patch of... It's a tomb rock next to it. Is this what I'm looking for? Yeah, I think it is. Well, if it isn't, this is going to be very difficult to navigate, because if it isn't the cave I'm thinking of, then I'd never have been in here. No, then you go this way, then you turn left. Go through the room to the right. Left. Down the hole. And we should be very close to the end now. If I don't get stuck on stalagmite / tight things. They're kind of both. Yep, there he is. And clear the peanut gallery. Oh, Pyreal. Nice. Now you... I'm going to test out my blood score. Because you're never very susceptible to slashing damage. Those are crits. So yeah, it seems slashing and fire both do about the same mediocre amount of damage to him. I think for both this guy and for the guy in the Moorsman area, we would need a good acid weapon for it, which I have not yet found. Oh wait, I could have just teleported with my. Actually, yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna move far away. I'm gonna wait for the thing to say that we moved too far. Because I was going to the Lifestone to turn in this. But first, I should head back to Ayan Bakur and get that all sorted out. You know, finish up the Moorsman quest. And the Moorsmen are down here. Ow. It's an above average amount of fall damage. You see, why couldn't that earlier Burin boss be like this? You know, you lose 0 points of stamina due to the drained stamina. Why couldn't it have been like that? That would have been nice. That should probably be an attack stance. For, you know, fighting all the high-level Moorsmen we're running straight into. Of course, the Wisp is still outside harassing us. Throwing its harm spells in at us. Not nice. Let me guess, the key is on the one guy that's stuck back there again, right? Yep. Also, this guy I looked right past it on accident, but there's a P on that guy. You need to take all of those. But yeah, I have quite the impressive collection of peas in here. You know, we start with we have, I think, lowest level to highest level in order. And so we have the 17 lead peas, 14 iron peas, 52 copper peas, and this is where it gets fun. 154 silver peas, 149 gold peas, and 65 pyreal ones. So overall, the value of these are well in the, I don't know, like, probably 10 million, no, maybe 6, 7 million pyreals for all of these. It's quite a lot. And, surprisingly, peas don't drop on death, so I think it's because individually none of them are more valuable than a massive mana charge. But it's quite nice. Because that is like almost better than trade notes right there, you know? I mean, sure, you could have millions of pyreals worth of MMDs, but you wouldn't want to sell those then because you get those at a loss. These, I've just been picking up for free. They're just disposable free trade notes so you can throw around. The only issue is you can only sell them at an Archmage, but generally that's not a problem. And actually, I think like 90% of the time what I do with them is I give them to the Archmage so that I can get, you know, get them turned into MMDs. Because MMDs are very useful, even on a server with nobody else on. Because, you know, you can get all the spells from the Masters of Magic or whatever they're called in Arwick. That costs a lot of MMDs. I'm sure there's other things you can do with MMDs as well. I just can't think of them right now. I don't know. What else do you use MMDs for? Oh, I guess I could... You could technically give the MMDs to that one dude next to Sanamar and bet all your MMDs on those monster things, and every so often you would get alternative currencies back in I think it's promissory notes that they give you for that or something. So you could turn MMDs into promissory notes like that. And then Eastwatch, that's last place. So, you know, infinite MMDs are good. Oh, and you can turn the MMDs into gambling tokens, which also give you a return of either alternate currencies if you get like a casino key, or they turn into golden gromnies, which then turns into a mansion. Which the mansion itself also doesn't exactly take MMDs, but it takes currency of any kind. And you'll definitely need a lot of currency. Because I think it's like 2 million... What is it like? Is it 2 million pyreals for one mansion? Along with all the other small fortune of things it asks of you. Also, I was sure I could make the jump. I was just trying to make sure there weren't any uber penguins at the bottom. They're gonna one-shot me the second I land. Although I did survive some hits from the uber penguins earlier. I think I've leveled up to the point, and you know, I have better armor as well, that I don't think they are, you know, I don't think that they're a one-shot risk anymore. So I probably don't need to be as scared of them as I am. They're just still very intimidating, you know? Alright, but we need to get into this place, which is just surrounded by a bunch of other enemies, which I don't appreciate. You know, just let me kill my Moorsman in peace. Oh great, acid vulnerability. That's exactly what you want to be having put on you in fighting Moorsmen. But I'm pretty sure they do acid damage, right? Let's see if any of these guys drop the key. They did. We get out of here as soon as possible. Because people keep casting spells at us, and I don't appreciate it. There we go. Oh man, even with the Vuln, they still only did 9 damage when they eventually hit. So that's not bad. Though these guys might be stronger, because they're like... Don't they level up by like 20 levels every time you go to a new place? Yeah, I think so, because the first ones are 20, and then inside the dungeon, they're 40. The next plates are 40, and inside the dungeon, it's 60. So, if that trend keeps, these guys should be about 20 levels higher. 160. I think the last one was 135, so yeah, about 20 levels higher. Let me through. That one's always a bit risky. You gotta go for it. For the speed and efficiency. Of course, it's not efficient if you fall, but you just don't think about that, you know? If you don't consider the chance that you might fall and waste like 10 minutes trying to get back up, then you're fine. You can't, the consequences can't happen if you don't think about them, right? Exactly. So let's see. We did hit 148 from turning in an egg earlier. Oh, there he goes with his Shockwave 1. Oh no, but I'm bludgeoned. Meaning a Shockwave didn't do 10 damage. It did 20. Whatever will I do? And there goes bludgeoning me again. He knows exactly what he's doing. Also, I want to kill this Morrisman over here. Also, there's a very weird hairstyle. Like, you know, you see people a lot of the time that are like balding and they have the hair at the back. But you rarely see somebody who's completely bald but just has like a little thing of hair right in the front. I don't know. Personally, I don't know how often I see that in real life. But he's got it. He's rocking the hairstyle, so... Yeah, I guess we'll just be happy for him. Now he's dead. I am trying to find a cape that's gonna replace my current one. Although my current one is level 3. So that's probably as good as I'm gonna be getting at this level. But... yeah, at some point, I would like a level 5 cape that gives me... I don't know, probably magic defense? Ooh, and maybe... I don't know, is Shroud of Darkness melee good? Because that would probably help against some bosses that I'm having a hard time actually hitting. Alright, so now we need to go... Well, we need to go to both Urak and... Mayoi. So I might as well hit Urak first. Because it's just right here. This, obviously, I don't think will level us, because this only gives like 128k? Or 128 mil. 164 mil, that's it. Still quite good. That almost leveled us the rest of the way on its own. And then we head across to Mayoi. Turn in all the notes, which, you know, the eggs, they're a decent enough amount of XP that I always do it while I'm in the neighborhood, but generally, like, the cash cow of this entire quest chain is the notes. They're what you really do this thing for. And of course, they give more XP on my server because of XP boosts, but they're always pretty good. 9 mil, 24 mil, 50 mil, 116, and 164. So yeah, that was like 2 levels right there, just from turning in all those. Of course, one of those levels was already most of the way through, so we have now officially hit 150. And I have the billion XP I need. Where do I should have looked this up before. I need to figure out where the augmentation gems... Where I turn in the augmentation gem for the higher spell duration. Let's see. Innate attributes, no. There's a lot of these. Spell duration. Oh, that is in Mayoi. It's Nawamara Ujio. Ujio? Ujio. Yes. I think I remember where they are. They're in this house, aren't they? Yes. Because I have gotten this one before, so the second I saw it was in Mayoi, I'm like, oh yeah, I know where that is. Alright. So we can use our 1 billion XP that we have accumulated today while doing our dailies to get our first augmentation if we want. That'll increase our spells by a 20% extra duration, which for a 1 hour spell, let's see, that's 60 minutes. I don't think that's a clean, you know, reduction or increase. Or is it? No. Cuz 20% of 60 I don't think that's... I'm not very good at those. Because that would be 1/5 of 60, which would be... Well, 1/5 of 50 is 10, so I don't know, 12.5? We'd add like, I don't know, 12.5 minutes onto all my spells, somewhere around there. Let's do it. There we go. Now, of course, it won't show up on here, but when I next cast my spells, I'll check the duration on them. So what else do we have to do? Oh yeah, we just hit 150, so we don't need to worry about dailies anymore. We're done with that. So first, I kind of want to just turn in this lucky gold letter. Ooh, we can also put on our jewelry. Not that. Is this one for epic two-handed, which... Do we already have epic two-handed? Pretty sure our weapon gives us epic two-handed, but it might still be good. I could just look at the weapon. Why am I looking in here? That's just weapon. Oh, that's just major two-handed. Okay. So yeah, we'll put on the bracelet. Yep. Epic two-handed replacing major two-handed. And of course, major dual wield, very useful for me. And then this one gives us the cold protection, which was sorely needed, and epic acid ward. Very nice. Because now, with both epic acid ward reducing by 20% and caustic boon reducing by 65%, I only take, what, 15% overall acid damage? That's pretty important. And the cold protection, reducing damage I take by 60%. Very nice. So everything's coming together. The only thing I still need is lightning protection. I am sorely missing a lightning protection buff. Because the armor doesn't give it... Ooh. Free money. Not the best. I would have hoped for a golden Gromny, but I'll take a free M note any day of the week. So let's see. We don't need the rest of these healing kits. We don't need the health potion. Oh, we can do the Aetheria quest to put on our new Aetheria, which would be quite nice. Here, take all the junk. We'll keep all this though. But we don't need those. Thank you. Okay. Now, where do we need to go for the Aetheria quest? It's the same dungeon, right? I think it is. So that dungeon is out here. It's not... Is it the Hidden Cavern? I don't think it is. No, it's out here. It's the Empyrean facility. Which means we would need to... Probably the easiest way to get there is to run from Waizhou. Right? There's gotta be... They really... Or I need to find a better way in. I could try to go and get the Singularity Recall, which would be a lot easier. Because then you just go straight out this way and out, rather than having to go all the way around and out. Probably save a few minutes. But it would take probably 20 minutes in and of itself just to go get the Singularity Recall, which I will be doing at some point. Probably not right now. Oh, and let's head back to the house. I want to see if we have a full Pyreal bar. Because for the Visital flagging, which is the level 130 requirement, you need a yellow jewel, which we might have, a portal gem to Sizhere's lair, a full Pyreal bar, and a swamp stone. So we're going to see if we have any of those in our chest before moving on out, just in case we can get that started. So we have the swamp stone. We'll put them over in this empty pack here. Swamp stone. Mucker nest portal. Do we have any other portal gems? No. Yellow jewel. Nice. It's 2 out of 4. Oubliette. Not what we need. We still have letters in here. I don't... Oh, and we do have a pyro bar. Nice. It's 3 out of 4. Okay. So it seems that we don't have the portal gem we need in here. This is just portal recall. Yeah. So we're gonna need to find the portal gem. It says that it's dropped by any of the fallen creatures, which are rare spawns in the Singularity Call and in the Valley of Death. So we're gonna be right next to the Valley of Death, right? Because that's this location right here. So if we're going from Waizhou all the way up to here, we're gonna be passing right by it anyways. So I think we might as well stop by to say hello. If we can get that portal gem, we would be in a very good position. I don't know why I walked outside and closed the door and I'm just life stoning out, but, you know, it's fine. So this seems to be a pretty expensive quest overall. I mean, all of these items... I mean, I guess the yellow jewel and the swamp stone aren't very useful, but any quest that takes an entire Hyrial bar is a pretty expensive quest. But this is, as far as I can tell, the only way... Let's see, where am I going? Going to Danby's outpost, which is Annex. Yeah, I think this is the only way you can get flagged for Dark Isle, is if you first flag for Visital. So now here we go over to Desert March. Go through it to get to the Black Hill again. And then on our way through, we'll head all the way up to the Valley of Death and try to kill some fallen creatures. Hopefully, I don't think we need any of the fallen weapons because they're not really all that good, I don't think. And then, yeah, we just need to get their Shajavabada portal gem. Which I don't know how long it's going to take to find that. All it says is it's dropped by fallen creatures. So, we'll see. Do I have fallen on here? I do not. I guess, at least temporarily, we're going to add that in there. No, not fallens. I was trying to strafe while typing. It did not work. Alright, so we got fallen creatures added to the Verindy sense, so any of them we pass by on our run will alert us. We'll just slaughter them until they decide to give us the gem. Oh, and earlier, I know this is probably a small detail and nobody cares, but I found a better orb while I was fighting the big Paradox Ulthoi earlier. Its buffs are decent, not really all that important, but it does have Defender 6, which will bring this up to, I think it brings it up to like 30% melee defense bonus, and this goes up to like 15% mana conversion. So those are pretty good stats just for a orb that I use to buff myself. We don't need any more red seeds. I think we have plenty. I mean, I have 1 in my inventory right now and probably like 5 in the chest. Okay, so we're gonna head to the water and then just run up north through the water for 10 minutes until we reach the place we're supposed to be at. And then we need to figure out a way out of the water because I can never remember where that exit is. But yeah, very nice orb. I'm a fan of it. It took quite a bit of investing into arcane lore to actually be able to use it, though. Because, I mean, 329 is no small amount of arcane lore. Especially for someone who doesn't invest heavily into focus. Like, I'm sure a mage would probably have that arcane lore pretty easily, just because they spend a small fortune on focus already, but I certainly did not. Especially seeing as how my healing is specialized, it's like, you don't really feel much need to invest any money into it after you've already had it specialized. Because the chance that you fail any singular healing instance once it's specialized is so very minuscule. still happens, as we are very painfully aware of, but it's pretty rare. But hopefully, I don't know if we'll have enough stuff to be doing for the entire duration, but I was hoping to be able to get 4 hours of streaming done doing this. And I'm not sure if Morg is streaming. It is a Friday, but who knows, really? I don't really have any direct confirmation. So we'll see if she is. Hopefully I will be raiding into her at the end of the 4 hours. If not, I'll just be ending at that point. Oh, and then I think I'm going to be playing more of the new Season of Discovery thing. Because I played a bit right at the start of the servers when everything was, like, incredibly laggy and crowded. Like, I could barely get any tags on mobs at all. But, you know, we did it. We managed for a time, and we got all the way out to Goldshire. So, hopefully that goes well. I mean, I'm already pretty interested in it, seeing as how the first thing I got on my priest was the penance engraving. And is it a rune? Because I guess you engrave runes. But yeah, I got the rune for penance, which is definitely one of my favorite priest abilities. I always liked it in the other expansions, but I was always sad that it wasn't in vanilla. So it's quite interesting to actually have that spell available in the vanilla setting. But we'll see how it goes. I only ever got to, like, level 3 so far. So it is what it is. We'll get back there, and hopefully the lag is less intense. Because, like, when you need to sit there hunched over for 20 seconds just to pick up one item, you know it's pretty cripplingly laggy. Like, you're not getting anything done at that point. Which is why we stopped early for that day, but, you know, it seemed like the lag had cleared up by today, which is good. So I might play more of that after the stream. And I might even stream it at some point. I don't know if I will, like how much interest I will have in it, or how much interest there will be streaming-wise for it, so who knows. I might just stick to the games that I already have going, which are quite a few. I have a lot of options to choose from. But recently I've been, as is pretty evident, I've been enjoying just playing around with the Asheron's Call. So let's be keeping an eye out on this edge for any way we can get up into the upper areas, because if, you know, the sooner we can get up, probably a little bit slower if we get it right now, but if we can just get out to this outer ring, we'll have an easier time later because we won't need to find another exit. And that's always the worst part. But we're up. So yeah, let's just try to head straight out to this ring, get out to here. We can farm some enemies at the Valley of Death for that, you know, for the portal gem thingamawhat's-it. And I'll have this open so I can see any fallen creatures that may be around here. It says the portal gem has a 100% drop rate, but I'm pretty sure. Although, okay, I don't kill fallen creatures all that often, because once again, usually their weapons are kind of trash. As far as I know, I've never really seen much use for them. But I kind of feel like I would have noticed if every single fallen creature I killed were to drop the same exact portal gem. You know, that just sounds like something I would have recognized, like, pattern-wise. Really? Dark maguses? We're trying to fight a Diamond Lord here. We don't need you guys butting in. Did I kill both of those? I think so. Interesting. Usually if you're in midair, it doesn't play the looting animation. Oh boy, a zombie head. I think I already have plenty of those. Okay, that was it. But we got another moat, which is good because we're going to be using a whole bar for this quest, so being able to recuperate some of our pyreal resources is good. And apparently I have a quest to kill dark sorcerers. I didn't even know that. I don't know, what quest is that? Is that... Because there were two of them, right? And it was Dark Magus and Dark Sorcerer. I think the Dark Sorcerer is like a semi-rare one, like a uncommon landscape spawn. So is that just the rare enemies quest? I don't know. Either way, I want to kill this other the other Diamond Lord over here. You're not the guy I was trying to attack. Yeah, Diamond Lord's very consistent way of getting moats. Just whenever you happen to find them. We already have plenty of diamond shields, though. Definitely don't need that. That was a gold P. Oh, there's even more here. There we go. I want it. It's free money. I can't pass them up. Okay, moving on. Probably be in attack mode so things don't kill me instantaneously. Another do it. Free moats though. It's like the first one, I was like, heck yeah, Diamond Lord. The second one, I was like, it's a free moat. And the third one, it's like, is it really worth it? I've already killed so many of these guys now. It's just, I gotta, but just questionable worthwhileness to be killing all of these different diamond golem groups. Man, these guys really are allergic to letting me split damage them. Like, cleaving is my entire personality. Was that the Diamond Lord that we looted? Yeah, it was. Okay. A third moat, very nice. At this rate, we might have an entire freaking pyreal bar just from the Diamond Lords we're running across. Which would be quite nice. I mean, they're honestly relatively easy to find and kill compared to the amount of pyreal they give us. I mean, I probably couldn't have been doing it much earlier, because I was just thinking, like, oh, maybe I should have been fighting them instead of the basalt golems. But the diamond golems are significantly harder and resistant to melee attacks, so maybe not. Oh, but the thing that sucked the most about that one Coliseum room, 8B, is that there was not only the Crystal Lord and the Crystal Golems. Oh no, there's more. Uh, and of course, the Crystal Lord and the Crystal Golems are all magic resistant because they're crystal. But also, it becomes an issue because the Crystal Lord spawns with crystal minions, and each of those minions are apparently completely resistant to melee damage. So not only do you have enemies that are resistant to magic, but also enemies resistant to melee. I don't need the name assign. I always like my brain is always like, ooh, rare item, pick it up. And then I have to remind myself that those things are pretty much useless. Because I mean you can get some, I guess, decent stuff from the place where you turn it in, but overall the XP is pretty eh. Even if you unlock them, it's really only good for lower level characters. And then why would you go through the trouble of getting all the golem hearts just to unlock them? Just to get a alright amount of XP from it. Alright, but we got a full Hyreal Nugget right there just from random Diamond Lords. But we need fallen creatures, which should be further up this way. See, a Direland Rat. We're very much into the Direlands now. We could have also gone over and gotten into the Singularity Call, I think. Because, yeah, that's also where fallen creatures spawn. But I don't know, I guess I felt that the Direlands were a bit more on the way than the Singularity Call was. Because we would have needed to go all the way over from Waizhou into there. And then teleport back. Which would be a lot of work. Here we just kind of need to pop into here, find a fallen creature or two. Which, hopefully, we actually find. I haven't seen any. Ow. I don't know, it's weird because the banished creatures, if you're in the right areas, are just absolutely all over the place. Let's actually let me look up fallen creatures. Because they usually have a map. Alright, that does not help very much at all. But I'm guessing it's just further in to the Valley of Death. A bit further, like, more centralized. Rather than out here on the outskirts like we are. So we might head out and back in. Or maybe out this way. I don't know. Because, yeah, this is definitely an outskirts part of the Direlands. Not... No fallen creatures are out here. There's a steel chest, though. Alright, so we're just gonna head back out. Go around... I think once we go in here, we need to teleport out. I don't know if there's a surface portal in there. So I might just hang around this area and then come back in when I'm done with that. But before we leave this area, we need the Shazafhabada portal gem. We'll see. Yeah, these guys aren't nearly high enough level for us to be in the Valley of Death yet. This isn't Valley of Death like enemies that are level 130 or up. I think they go up to like level 200 or something. And this place is no joke. But out here, we're still dealing with like level 100s. The wimpy baby stuff. So yeah, we'll just head up this way. Keep an eye out for Fallens. You know, it's nice to have such little lag, because normally I'd be very wary of jumping at all, because anytime you jump, if there's any lag, you just, the entire system loses track of where you are, and then you have a hard time actually landing, and you run in slow motion for a few minutes. But on here, I don't think I've ever noticed myself having any of those issues. Alright, we can head up. That's probably good, getting on top of all this. Although this just connects around here. Don't think that will actually connect into the larger area, but we can at least follow it around a bit. Oh, but my Verendi Sense doesn't actually have a whole lot of range right now. I don't know why it is. I think I might have like lowered enemy render distance or something at some point. Because this thing used to be able to check like within, if there's an enemy within like a full click of you, it'll pick it up. But now it seems to just be within like the short render distance, which probably like half that or so. Okay, we're still just getting silver tuskers. This must not be part of the true, you know, and there's level 30. Yeah. This isn't part of the true Valley of Death yet. It's further along. Yeah, let's jump down over here. Let's heal first so we don't get absolutely killed. And maybe we should jump over in this direction. Actually, this might... Yeah, this gets us way further towards the ground. And we can just walk right off here. Nice. Yeah, because I didn't want to, like, go all the way around this just to get right over to the other side of that. I might as well just run around. How are our buffs? Not good. They're quite low. So in a minute here, I should reapply them. Of course, there's just a stream of enemies non-stop. I've just been waiting for an area where I don't have enemies chasing me to stop and rebuff, but... Okay, that guy didn't pull. That's good. Now if these guys just stop, then we can buff for a second. If they just they're just casting a spell. He's still coming after it? Why? There you go, finally. I swear, the distance at which these enemies will chase you is kind of insane sometimes. Alright, pretty good luck on the mana conversion. Got all the creature buffs out of the way without needing any mana potions. Very lucky. Yeah, see, and that took like nothing. When last time that took like 100 mana. It's so weird. Just cast the spell. Thank you. There we go. further into the Valley of Death. Or I guess into it at all, because I don't... Okay. That... It's like part of my brain knew that I didn't see any enemy on the radar. And so I shouldn't have been spooked by it, but I saw literally a shadow of Baal Zaron sitting right next to me, and I was just running right towards it. I think that would kind of spook anyone. Ah, Fallen Crystal Shard. Where might you be? You're in there, along with all those other enemies. And you're at the top of a cliff. Well, ain't that just peachy? How do we get up there? I don't think we can. But at least we know that there are fallen creatures that are spawning in this region. But I'm also going to need to start being a bit more careful, because the enemies are getting much higher level, so they can actually pose a threat to me now. Unlike earlier, when, you know, I was fighting level 100 guys, they were kind of easy. I wonder if this area isn't... Because those are like 130, and these guys are 100. So is this not Valley of Death, but this up here is? Because that kind of seems like it's the distinction there. I mean, that's... Okay, yeah, we're back to Valley of Death levels. So excuse me, pardon me, coming through. Don't mind me, please. Are you a new one, or are you still the old one? I think you were still the old one. Get rid of you. Man, we are needing to go a lot further into here than I thought we would to find some simple, fallen creatures. And I think I find them a lot more often on the island, over on the Singularity Call, than you do here. Which is weird, because I kind of assumed it would be about the same, that they just kind of be all over the place. What's that? Interesting. Don't know what that does, but good to see. Red monsters, I don't need that. Get out of here. I'm waiting, I'm gonna ignore you. I've had too many Diamond Lords that I've fought in recent day. So, no thank you. Another fallen crystal. Please don't be on the top of a cliff. Oh my gosh, what is it with you guys? Just standing on top of cliffs. I can't get to you there. I don't think. Maybe over here you could kind of get up. There's a bit of green in the midst of that cliff, but I don't know. That's just unfair, my guy. Not cool. The two fallen creatures I've seen have just not been available at all. Plus, they've been part of a larger group, which is already kind of sketchy. Got some platinum golems, huh? Fun. Monster seed, I don't need them. Actually, I think I have all the monster seeds I need, so I'll just take that off the... Ooh. Okay, we're gonna run away from these guys and come back for this guy, because he's not part of their group. So I don't want to fight all these tomb rocks just to fight him, because they're high level. So please de-aggro. Please de-aggro. Go away. No one likes you. Thank you. I just need to not pull anything else significant and go back and kill the Tumorok. And hopefully he'll drop the Shavhabada portal gem. And then all will be right with the world. Let's see. Slashing or fire? I don't know, I guess I can try slashing. I think slashing also has higher defensive values. I might need it against one of these fallen dudes. Oh, he indeed did fall. Fell all the way to the bottom of the cliff. Okay, not a lot of damage, but... He actually doesn't seem to be much of a threat, at least melee-wise. Spell-wise, certainly a threat. Okay, wait. Fire seems to do even less damage. I'm able to hit him perfectly fine. Ooh. The AoE is certainly effective. You better drop the portal gem after this, because this is going to be a long fight. If I could get... Oh, I still have debuffs. That's why his cold spells are doing so much damage. And why nothing else is. Makes sense. You know, if I could get some regen, then I wouldn't even need to be sitting here playing the game. Just keep it on auto attack and do the regen. And I don't think the AoE every so often is worth the lower overall damage. That's like an extra 5 damage per hit or so. That adds up eventually, right? Because it depends on how often the AoE would proc. Because that AoE was like 100-something damage. Almost there. Just need some good crits. Still haven't gotten a single surge of regeneration, but it is how it is when you have a low-level Aetheria. You don't proc much. But once I have the yellow Aetheria, that'll be twice the proc rate, I think. Pretty sure that's how it works. Okay, yeah, so this guy wasn't too big of an issue. Pretty easy. Give me the gem. Thank you. Let's see, is this any good? As expected, not. I mean, Crushing Blow, Binding Strike is pretty good, but spells are lacking. Stats are somewhat lacking. It's just kind of eh. Okay. So we're done with that. Now we need to find our way out. Which I think we can just go out this way. And then we'll be heading straight back for this. And then we can leave. That'll be nice. Uh-oh. It's a lot of level 200 for Indy. Just gotta spam all the little stutter steps. Keep strafing. They never know your next move. You know, you can't predict where I'm gonna go and cast spells there if you can't predict where I'm gonna go and cast spells there. See, wise words. I hope I can get up this hill, or else I'm gonna have to run all the way back. Yeah, I need to jump down this, sadly. Illusion. Alright. This should lead out if the map isn't being misleading, which it often is. Especially in the Valley of Death, it's very hard to tell. What are you? Oh, you're just more Verendi. Okay. I just saw big, like, shadow figures. I was like, are those shadow Lugians or something? But no. Just shadow Verendi. Very different. And we're almost out. Almost in the clear. I'm quite lucky I haven't run across any tremendous Manugas. I mean, I don't know how much of an issue those things would be, but I certainly don't want to find out. Oh no. That looks like a sheer cliff right there. We'll see what happens. Oh, it's the obliterate. Oh, it's the obliterator. Yeah, I probably don't want to be here to find out how strong that obliterator really is. Oh, tremendous manuga. And it saw me. It's pretty fitting. I've been watching Attack on Titan recently. And, this is pretty reminiscent. Oh gosh. I was not looking. These Verendi scare me. Because, I mean, they're level 220, and they cast level 7 spells. But as long as I just get... Oh, hi, Obliterator. You're still following me. Okay, I think we're out of the high-level section, so as soon as these guys stop chasing me, we'll be alright. Okay, I think we're in the clear. Yeah, I was just saying... Man, I'm so lucky that I didn't get the tremendous maneuver. But the tremendous maneuver found me in the end. Although I don't really think they're all that scary. They're just, I mean, first of all, he saw me from a mile away. Like, he was right, like, at the edge of the minimap out here, and he still just somehow saw me from that distance. And that is not normal. And additionally, he could run at like 1,000,000 miles an hour. So that thing was pretty terrifying. But all in all, I don't think it hit me once, so obviously its attack skill isn't very high. And I've fought those on my mage before, back on Reef Cull, and it's not all that hard. I think really the biggest threat is that they just have an absolutely immense health pool. Like, it takes forever to get those guys to die. And it's even worse because you can do like entire blast spells and all 5 projectiles will hit them because they're so big. Or I'm guessing you could even do like an entire Tusker Fist and probably most of the projectiles would hit him. And I was spamming like the most amount of projectiles I could at him, and it still took like a good 10 minutes to wear down his health. It is absolutely insane. I don't know why or how they're made that difficult, but at least they can't hurt me. You know, I may not be able to hurt them, but they can't hurt me, so it's a fair trade-off, I would say. Alright, we're almost... Ooh, plant. I almost missed it. One of the purple ones. We don't see those very often. That might just be that I'm not in this region of the world all that often. Oh, and with this, with the portal gem, we have all 4 items we need for the quest. So we'll be able to do this quest and then this quest afterwards if we want. See how that goes. Let's see, we don't need that. So to start for this quest, we need to go to Iron Bakur, I think. Okay, and here, we just need to go in the middle portal. Because this is the top layer. This is the 75 one. We need to go deeper. It's not in there. It's in here. Let me in. Thank you. There we go. So now we're in the 150 region. You guys want to jump in the hole? I'd appreciate it if you just jumped in the hole. Thank you. He's being gloomy over there. He's not wanting to jump in the hole. Well, he's warming up to it, it seems. Get in the hole. Thank you. Alright, wisps. Luckily, for whatever very weird reason, slashing is incredibly good against wisps. Doing like, oh my gosh, crit for 900 damage. I very much like that. So let's see, we got the north one. Yes. Now get the east one. Can I kill these golems? I can. They're just a bit difficult. Should we even bother? I don't think so. We'll use this again. Honestly, I probably shouldn't even bother killing the wisps. All I need to, well, there we go. Did it do it? I don't think it did it. Yeah, it did that after the golem. Maybe it did do it. I don't know. We'll just go to the last one and see if it does it. If not, we'll backtrack. Oh, I think I need to be out of combat stance. Maybe that's the problem. Yeah, you golems are making life very difficult for me. I'll need to kill you guys in order to actually do the rest of this quest, it looks like. What do you guys drop? I don't think I've ever killed you before. Doesn't look like anything special. Out of attack mode. There. Oh, and maybe it's not even attack mode based. Maybe it's just I need to kill all the wisps first, and I hadn't. Okay, so now I think I've done it in all four. So let me go into the middle one, right? Yeah, Aetheria spot number 2. Numero 2. There we go. It's very nice. I still don't know what sigil I want for these. Let's see, I think we start this in Einbekur, so we don't... Oh, we also don't need the lifestone. We just use the spell. There we go. But yeah, I am kind of stuck between Sigil of Defense, which would increase my defense rating, which might reduce spell damage I take. It depends on how the damage reduction rating actually works. But then Sigil of Fury, I think, was increases like endurance and other such things. I think that's good. So I don't know. I've never cared too much. I might just stack up on Sigil of Defense. Just become an absolute tank. So let's see. Where do we start this quest? Who do we talk to? What's the plan? You need to collect 4 items. I have that. And then talk to Shathoth. Nice. I probably don't. I don't know who that is at all. Shathoth. Let's see. Is this the right button? I don't think it is. Is it this one? I don't know, because this is all selecting the items. I remember there was a button that selects people. Interesting. Okay, that selected an oak target drudge. Nice, good to know. Yeah, I don't remember what button it was that selects next people. So I guess we gotta just find them either manually or put them into Verindy Sense. Which the Verindy Sense would probably be the easiest option, but... Is that Gaston? Interesting. Are you Shathoth? No. Well, let's just put it in Verindy Sense. Hard to find people around in a big city like this. So let's see, Shathoth. It found them. Okay, they're way over there. In the basement of this thing, it looks like. Or they're just behind the building. They're just behind it. Okay. So we talked to this guy. We don't need falling creatures anymore. Okay. We got the Watcher's token. Travel to Airlinth. Oh, great. Airlinth. So that means we need to go to the Carved Cave to get to Candith Keep. Then we need a D note in order to get... Yeah, this is gonna be fun. Let's see. Carved Cave, that is outside Aljalima? Yeah. Aljalima's down this way. Should be this. Yeah. Then we need to make our way through the Carved Cave, make it to the bottom, go through the portal, and give a D note to go to Airlinth. That's gonna be fun. Lots of running with this quest, it would look like. Because, yeah, we need to go to Airlinth, find a Watcher, and give it the Watcher token. Then, it'll portal me to a temple, and we need to take another portal. And then there are multiple people. There's someone named Shemza, and you give them a yellow jewel. Then they'll portal us somewhere else. Take up one of the Radiant Shards and use the exit portal. Give the Radiant Shard to Lurza and the Shabahaba Layer portal gem. Interesting. I wonder how you were supposed to, like, figure this all out without a wiki. Like, were you supposed to get to a certain part in the quest and they're like, hey, bring me this gem. And then you just need to leave the quest half unfinished, go get the gem, and then come back? I mean, I guess that it could work, but that would be a lot more running. And a lot of D notes to keep traveling to Airlinth over and over. But it does seem like it permanently flags you anytime you give them the right item. So that's probably what it is they're expecting you to have to leave and come back multiple times. So they just made it a permanent flag. So when you've done it once, you just have like infinite access in and out. But you'd still have to run back and forth, which the Airlinth Island recall would be quite nice for that, but unfortunately, I am not so lucky. Let's see. I don't think it's this way. Yeah, but these are impossible to pick, so I'm gonna need the keys. Which the key is in the mausoleum. How is this impossible? Oh, I only have 300 lockpick. Yeah, that's pretty impossible. Well, actually, hold on. Because let's see, lockpick. Here we go. Where's this supposed to be? In here. I can put lockpick buff on myself, and additionally, lockpick debuff on it. See, gotta use your head. See, now it's just challenging to pick. Nice. I don't even know if this is the right way. Oh, it is. Nice. So let's see. Where are we going? We're going... If these guys don't block us, we're going over here. Then from here, we need to go... in this room. Grab the key out of this chest. I could just repeat the thing again and pick any locks in this dungeon, I'm sure. But I don't want to. That was a one-time thing because I didn't remember exactly where the key was. Oh, that's this one. You clipped the corner there. Kind of scary. Go all the way to the bottom. And then through this green portal. Not the purple one. I've made that mistake before. And ended up trapped in a Sword of Lost Light dungeon. Okay. Now we're going to need a D note. Which we have plenty of, you know. If you just do your pincer dailies, you're going to end up with a lifetime supply of D notes. Which is, you know, quite useful. There's a lot of uses to it. Ah, the Olthoi tunnels. You know, it's kind of weird. Their whole plan with the Olthoi thing. The portal's here, but I'm gonna check these guys really quick. Because they're level 80. Nope. I was checking for any gold or red letters. Because they were level 80, so yeah, you gotta do your due diligence. Alright. Now we're here. Where are we supposed to be going? Okay, there's where the Watcher is. Good. Not too far away. We've already got all the items, so we shouldn't need to go back any more times, I would think. I had to fight these guys, the black Fintos wasps, in the Colosseum. They weren't all that difficult, but they kind of suck. They cast a lot of spells. And there were also the swarms, so like the cluster of 3 Fintos wasps. Those, I think they just have more health and damage. They literally just take a Fintos wasp, put 3 of them in the model, and multiply all their stats by 3, I guess. But it wasn't too bad. Certainly the Colosseum was quite doable up until that room 8B. It is what got me. But someday, I'll get past that. I'm sure if I just try hard enough and get high enough level, I can... Maybe not the entire Colosseum. Because, I mean, you're still on like a 1-hour timer to beat all of it. But I could certainly, hopefully beat most of it. And at least to get some Colosseum coins every day. Oh, but speaking of which, if I hadn't, or if I needed to do any more dailies, I could have just done the Colosseum bosses I have unlocked. That would give me quite a bit of XP. But that didn't end up being necessary. Alright, Watcher dude. Have a thing. Gem clicks into place within the Watcher's empty eye socket. Seju hums the life and looks down upon you. You hear a whisper in your mind, appease the gatekeepers. Then all grows quiet. And then we teleport. Okay. So it teleports us inside devastated Falatica Temple. The end of the dungeon is a portal to the gatekeepers. I assume, because it just says at the end of the dungeon, that it's pretty linear. Man, but these spirits are not fun. I never like ghosts. They cast a lot of spells and have good melee capabilities. Quite a terrifying combination. Okay, this continues. The map was a bit misleading. I didn't know where I was going. Okay, a Wisp. Another one of my least favorite enemies. Okay, then. Can I go over this? No. Sometimes over lava there's like invisible... Oh, really? Oh, really? You want to do this, huh, Entropy Wisp? You stand right in the doorway. Ow. See, invisible walkway. It happens a lot. Go up. There's a portal. Thank you, come again. Ow. I am very injured. Alright. Yep. Lurza... What name is that? Demesny? That's a weird name. And Shemza. I mean, Shemza isn't a very normal name either, but you know, it's fine. Okay, so it says talk to Shemza, and then give them the yellow gem. Felicitations, Shemza. Would you like a gem? Okay. Have a gem. Okay, so seek out the radiant crystal, bring a shard to my brother Lurza. Oh, more spirits. Alright, but then this says... Come to the end of the acid floor, shift jump onto the grate and kill the dazzling crystal. Oh wait. No, I was looking ahead at something. We need a radiant crystal. You'll need to use a candlestick shown on the map to open a door halfway down. Yeah, I might actually want to look at the map then, to figure out where that is. Let's see, we're probably here. We need to go there. Okay. That shouldn't be too hard. We just need to go in here. Go down to the end of this. Go down this way. And we go back up. And down to this direction. Okay, it's not this one. It's one on the other side. They're opposite for some reason. It's opposite day, I guess. That was a long fall. And the rest should be easy. I think the candlestick was the only surprise. But slashing is good against ghosts, right? I can't always remember because, first of all, I don't willingly fight ghosts very often. But additionally, I think I always get it mixed up because ghosts use a lot of slashing. So I can't tell if it's just that they use it a lot or if it's good against them. I mean, it seems pretty decent against them, all things considered. Alright, ghosts, get in here. Now, luckily, I know for a fact that slashing is, for some reason, good against crystals. So this crystal thing in the next room should be no problem. Right? Yeah, about 200 damage per. But of course, now you decide to put on a surge of regen. Very helpful. So yeah, we're nowhere near the amount of XP we need for that to level up. But once this is reached level 1, we'll have another surge of regen available. Radiant shard. Thank you. And then I assume we go out back out here. And then he said give it to Lurza, I think, right? Let me just check. A lot of stuff has happened. And it doesn't work that way. Okay. We're just gonna give it to Lurza and hope all goes well. There you go, Lurza. Okay, and then also give them the portal gem. Here you go. Now find the dazzling shard and give it to Demesne. Sure thing, buddy. Can do. Let's see, so this one. You just go left. Okay. This entire dungeon, the trick is just you go left. There's only one, like, crossroads, and you go left at it. It's the other trick is they're just gonna keep body blocking you with invisible wisps. My least favorite trick. Yeah, if you go right, you'll just reach reliquary. Reliquary? Reliquary? Oh, hi. Pintos Wasps. Acid, my favorite. How much is this gonna hurt me? Not at all, apparently. There we go. Where is one to go? This was the only way I saw forward. Yeah, we're supposed to be, oh, we're supposed to, there's a grate there, signified by the skeleton. Oh, and I can, I could just jump straight up the whole time. I just have too much, ow. I have too much jump skill for my own good. But yeah, the grate was invisible from the bottom, so I didn't notice it, but I now realize there was a skeleton sitting on it, so that probably should have given it away. Then we take the shard over to Demesne. And they'll probably want something else, right? Yep. Give the dazzling shard to Demesne and our entire college fund, which is this Pyreal bar here. Alright, and then at the end is a brilliant crystal. Wow, really? Okay, so we just need to go... Okay, it's linear, so not an issue. And there's skeletons. High-level skeletons. Need to run fast enough. They'll never catch me. Yeah, I should have known Demesne would be throwing me against skeletons. He's just evil like that. Although actually I think he's the nicest one of them all because he hasn't thrown a bunch of wisps at me. See, honestly, I'm liking Demesne. Oh, but here are the ghosts. See, the second that I was about to like Demesne, he's trying to ruin it all for me. Of course, there's no corners in here to hide in. Excuse me. Yeah, let me just hide over here. Of course, they still surround me because, you know, why not? Lots of slashing damage going around here. So long as they don't put slashing Vuln on me, I should be fine. Because they kept putting something on me. I think it was Imperil. Yeah. Okay. These dang ghosts. See, Demesne, I was gonna like you, but you had to throw ghosts at me. You know, those are dangerous. Skeletons I was fine with, but ghosts? I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I'm upset with you, Demesne. So let's see. After this, we get a brilliant shard. And this we bring to Rujun. To Mr. Rokingning for the Judan. We give him a swamp stone as well. I assume it's this guy. The guy I haven't really looked at yet because he's behind me. Here you go. I have the swamp stone. It's weird that the last one is the lowest level one of them all. That's fine. Now we'll send us to a place with a flame guardian. Kill 5 water elementals. Or water golems. Alright. We'll kill some golems. I don't see any issue with that. How high level are these guys? 150? Not too bad. Do you have to like slashing? No, you don't. It's good for me. They drop nothing, of course. Just here to be slaughtered. I'm gonna still open all the corpses though, because you never know. I don't know, one of these might drop like a glimmering skeleton key or something. They just make it so that the first like 100 golems you kill don't drop anything to lull you into a false sense of security. You think that they'll never drop something, and then right as you're convinced that they don't, they suddenly drop something. It's the evil plot. Alright, but then we just talked to him again. That was it. Kill some golems. Nice. We've been cleansed. Sends a spirit of Grail. That doesn't seem good. Isn't he, like, evil? I don't know if he's evil. He's certainly a prominent member of the Asheron's Call lore. How are my buffs doing, speaking of which? Pretty good still. Oh, I didn't check last time I rebuffed how long my buffs lasted. Let's see. Send you into an abandoned mines mirror, a dungeon very similar to the subway. Head to the bottom and kill Burlizg. How strong is that? Level 160, 8,000 health. Shouldn't be too hard. And they're undead. I get to test out this on a boss undead. But luckily, I think I know my way through the abandoned mines rather well. Through the subway, as it were. Because once again, on Dekarutide, you kind of need to come here every so often. You know, nowadays you don't usually need to go here, but back in the day, this was the easiest way to get around. Alright, well, let's head down there. Let's not keep them waiting. Certainly, I would be terrified if I saw this in the actual subway. We're doing good damage. We're actually killing the undead behind him as well. Because of the split damage, the cleaving. There we go. Alright, we'll need to get through you guys to get to there. You just let me past? You will. Oh, very considerate of you. So yeah, honestly, the weapon's not as OP as I might have hoped, but still, that was some good damage. You know, we cut through them quite readily. Alright, let me guess. You want me to kill fire golems? Yeah, slay the spirits of flame. Can do. But these guys drop stuff. But yeah, I remember doing this quest quite a bit. It was a while ago, though. I think the last time I did this was... Was it on my mage was the last time I did it? Because that was a while back. These guys aren't that big of an issue. I must loot. Second I don't loot is when it'll have the best rare item in the game on it. I'm not about to let my guard down. Alright, and then... Yeah, we get the watery token, then give the token to the Watcher of the Deep. I assume that's in... Oh. Oh, that's just you. You want a token? Ooh. That's a lot of XP. The Isle of the Deep is yours. Then all grows quiet. Okay. Good to know. Where the heck is this? Ah. Oh, it's the way out here. So I'm guessing you'd go to one of these and just come down to the shoreline for it. Okay. Well, that's good. We can get to Visital. Now, for the hopefully easier portion of the quest, Dark Isle flagging, which is even higher level, and might be a lot more dangerous. Okay. The muckers. Not my favorite. Barbaric. Level 185. Yeesh. Weakness is piercing. I wonder if slashing does well against them. And then we need to... Yeah. Ugh. How high level is the boss? Still just 180, okay. I think I'm fine against level 180 enemies, right? Probably. I mean, I've done it before, just not with muckers. They're a bit scary. Okay. So Bandit Castle. We need to talk to someone first. And we either need to run from Bandit Castle, which I don't know how to get to Bandit Castle. Is that just... you can't get there from the town network, right? It's not even on the map, is it? I don't see it. But wait, it's up here, isn't it? That's Nagisa. I don't know. I don't know where Bandit Castle is. Either way, we'll take the secondary route because I have no idea how to get there. The Arwick to Norvale. I can do that. I know where Arwick is. I need to sort my bags after the stream. We're very, disorganized in here. Oh, we still got plenty of space. Then we go this way. Out to the settlement portals. And that brings us somewhere. Unnamed cottages. What does that mean? Why are the cottages so close to the settlement portals? Why are they unnamed? I wonder if those are like singular cottages. That's why they're not named. Because usually if there's a portal to a cottage complex, it's named. But yeah, it might just be singular cottages out there. Which actually, this would be a very nice cottage to have. Because you'd be right next to the Arwick settlement portals. And, you know, you need the Arwick settlement portals to get around to a lot of places. Like, you know, all the portals to Ulthoy North. I think this is also where you get the portal to, you know, the Crater Lake Village. So let's see. What am I looking for? I don't know. I'll probably know it when I see it. I forgot what it was called. Not Lost Wish. No. Norvale. That was it. I don't think we need the Temple of Nkal. The Bandit Castle right there. Okay. Now what does it tell me to do? Speak to Lenaith. So we just need to speak to a person at these coordinates here. Oh, they're at the temple. Okay. So we do need to go there. Good to know. It's up to 151. That's very nice. You need to keep the buffs in mind. Don't let those run out halfway through the quest. Because if our buffs run out while we're fighting some of those high-level muckers, we might get obliterated. Hey, Lenaith. I must speak with you about something. You flagged me to go into a dungeon. Master opened the path to Dark Isle, however the mucker have reacted quickly, raising wards around the isle to stop us from gaining access to it. Okay. We'll go bypass the wards. Thank you for your patronage or something. So now we need to get back to Visital. How does one do that? You could go Cragstone or Recall. Cragstone it is. To Haliana, the settlement. Very nice. I don't know why muckers make me so nervous. I mean, they can be very dangerous, but I do have level 7 buffs. I'm fairly well qualified for this kind of quest, I'm fairly certain. Although it also might be because I'm like one level above the minimum level to do the quest. So that might be why I'm a bit nervous about it, because usually if you're the minimum level, it doesn't end well for you. You know, it's usually the minimum level is the minimum level for a good reason, especially at higher levels. You know, in the low levels, if you just have good buffs, you can do pretty much anything, but the higher levels, it's like they set those with the high level buffs in mind, so you don't want to do them early. So let's see, we need Haliana, wherever that might be. There we go. Haliana. And then back down to Visital. House. Okay. Forgot we were actually in a housing development. I was just running straight towards the place we were going. So what do I want to do with, like, Visital and Dark Isle? Because usually what you do is you set your life stone to Dark Isle so you can get back there easy. But I only have so many portals I can use, and my life stone's already in Iraq. And there's no... I suppose I could just make it so that my... I could do the same thing that my mage does, but it'll be a bit harder to do it consistently because I'm not a mage. But generally on my mage, what I do is I just set my actual lifestone to Dark Isle, and then I set my lifestone recall spell to Ayan Bekur. So I have access to both of those. But generally, you know, on my mage, I don't use the lifestone recall, I use the spell. Or, yeah, you get what I'm saying. So, but that's because I always have a wand out. When it's on a melee character, I usually use the, like, slash lifestone to go back. And this just means that I'll need to not do that and instead pull out the orb anytime I need to teleport back to my lifestone. Or I could just die. You know, if you get killed, you also teleport back to the lifestone for free. So, yeah, that could be fun. So, I mean, I can already just teleport back. So let's actually set our lifestone here first, at the fancy lifestone. And then we'll go in. Just in case we die, we'll be, like, right here. And then I'll be setting it to Dark Isle anyways, very soon after we get to there. Man, I really don't spend enough time on Visital. I think I only ever go here for, like, 2 quests, and then never again. One of the quests being to flag for Dark Isle. I didn't even know this town existed, really. I think I've done 1 quest here. But yeah, and then the other quest I usually do on this island is way over here. If you go into this area, you get a set of dyes that end up making it so you can dye ancient armor. Though I don't think it works with ancient relic armor, so that's usually why I only do that, like, once earlier in the game and then never again. It's actually a pretty high level quest. So I don't know why they make it not applicable to the higher level armor when it's such a high level quest. Maybe you're just supposed to have plain old regular stuff. Okay, don't kill me. Okay, you can certainly hit me, but you're not doing much else yet. Never mind. Oh, I have regen. Huh. Well, especially with regen up, that's certainly possible to kill one. But he hit me every single time. Like, I don't think I evaded... Oh, I did evade him. I evaded him right there. But 99% of that guy's attacks hit. Drop, hang left. Do you think I can do this? Is this possible? Am I going to die? Probably. Map. It's the map. It's the map. Alright, so yeah, we just hang mostly left-ish. That heads all the way up to the Ward Guardian. We need to kill the Ward Guardian, but can we? Because that guy sounds tough. If even the regular muckers are giving me trouble like that, I don't know how I'm supposed to defeat a boss one, right? Like, look at this guy. I even give him traumatic blow. He's still hitting me, like, every single time. And then they do that. they do even more damage to me. And I don't have regen this time, making this guy even more difficult. I don't know, is that possible? I need more melee defense. I could spam some melee defense right now and use all my XP, but I don't really want to do that. Oh, fun. Oh, they're trying to nullify me? Gossamer Flash, not fun. Not as bad, but still not fun. Not a fan. Not a fan. Although out of both of the types of muckers we fought in here so far, those are definitely my favorite. Because fighting two of them was about as tough as fighting one of the barbaric ones. So, if I could just get more of them, I'd be pretty happy. You know, just this type, please. No more. Because I think I just try to nullify life magic that I don't have. Oh, but they do lightning damage. Yeah, they do lightning spells. I don't have lightning ward at all. I don't have any lightning protection spell. That's the one issue with my stuff. I could just run through here. But that would require me being confident that I can actually beat the enemy on the other side of this. And I'm not confident, so I kind of just want to take it slow. Yep. Without a Vuln on, that does 100 damage. Well, there it didn't do as much. Must have just been lucky hit. Yep. Still prefer these over the barbaric one, though. Gonna make me use all my gems, though. Let's see, do I need to even go that way? I don't think I do. I do now. I guess it makes sense since he has 2 arms, or 4 arms, 2 on either side, that he would be able to do 2 hits at once. But that's still kind of overpowered. And there's that. Really? 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 Immediately again. You know how... I don't have infinite of these gems, my guy. I just don't. You can't keep making me waste them. Oh. Sorry I intruded. I get to test my weapon against these guys now. That's not doing much damage. I mean, it's killing them quickly. It's just not doing as much, like, sheer damage as I thought it would be doing. But that guy wasn't a threat. So long as it's more of him and less of muckers, then we're good. Yes, more Rooshk. Sad that my AoE keeps going over people if I fight them on ramps. You keep trying to nullify my life magic. It's not gonna work, my guy. All my life magic is in... Oh, speaking of buffs. Yeah, I need to rebuff right about now. Just give me a moment. Excuse me. Thank you. So yeah, about 12 minutes additional on my buffs from getting that. I said 12.5 minutes in my estimation, so I was a bit off, but pretty close. That's all I need from that. Now I need to drink some mana. More mana's needed. Could you guys drop something? No. I was like, could you guys drop some, like, jewelry maybe that... Oh, these are muckers again. Oh, but they're just regular ones. Alright. I don't know if these will be any easier or harder than the barbaric ones. Seem to be a bit easier. A little lower level and a bit less spell casting. You know, they still can hit me a lot and hit quite often, but you know, that's fine. Alright, there's another mucker in the middle there. It's like monkey in the middle, but mucker in the middle. So, he's dead, for sure. And then where do we go from here? This is a big room. Okay, that's where we are, it looks like. We go through the middle, around to the edge. I need some more stamina. I could just lay down for it, but I don't want things respawning on top of me. Oh boy, a new one. It's always fun to find a new type of mucker that might be killing me in a million new ways. Okay, this one doesn't seem as bad, though. This one somehow almost seems easier than the regular, like, generic mucker. Might have just been chance that he ended up being easier. I don't know. Let's see, that's almost halfway there. That's actually almost to level 2. It's quite nice. But I definitely remember doing this part on my mage. And I remember the muckers were killing my mage just about as much as they're killing me. It's always a struggle to fight these things. I mean, when they combine really good spell casting with really good melee damage, you get something that does like consistent damage when attacking and then burst damage with magic, and it's hard to manage. Let's see, now we're in this area. Where is this? Okay, this is there. Still have a ways to go before the boss. This is a surprisingly big dungeon. Oh gosh. Let's fight you up here. You don't have friends, possibly. Another new type. Oh, and fire. Do you do fire damage? Excuse me? Who are you? And where are you? And why are you? These are all my questions. Oh, they're down there. I think they're down at the... Yeah, they're down underneath. They're just throwing debuffs on me. Okay, well, I don't think we need to go down. We do need to go across. Which means we're going to be dealing with their debuffs while fighting this guy. We just need to hope that they just debuff for fire, which I doubt. I'm prepping for insta-healing. And acid. Fire and acid. Weird. Okay. There's enemies on the outside. We don't need to deal with them, I don't think. Unless they pull anyways. Which they don't. I'm gonna use a gem. Just get rid of all that BS. I'm not buying you all that mess. Oh my gosh. They really like their debuffs. And it scares me. It scares me greatly. Do they do anything but debuff? It's like, it would be bad enough if they debuffed and then actually, like, attacked me with what they're debuffing me for. But it's almost worse that they're just, like, leaving it completely ambiguous. Okay, there they go. Jeez. So they can shoot bolts. Okay. Because I was sitting there, I was waiting. Like, if they'd been shooting me with bolts, I could have been like, okay, well, it does this much damage, I can prepare for that. But just leaving it ambiguous, being like, oh, we might do damage, we might not. We may have bolts, who knows? It was like stressing me out so much. Like, what are they gonna do? How much damage is it gonna one-shot me? I don't know. Okay, well now I got more Rooshk. Oh, and more muckers. Oh no. Why can these guys debuff from acid? Do they do acid damage? Okay, well luckily I got them stuck on each other. That could have been way harder than it was. I could lie down. I really need to get the augmentation that makes lying down actually regenerate stats faster. So let's see. We're now up in this area. So it's still just pretty linear. Let's see how our slashing weapon does against Rooshk. You have a thrown weapon, don't you? No, that was just a weird looking melee weapon. No damage. Okay. Turns out the fire weapon is actually absolutely amazing. It's just nothing does good damage to these guys. Good to know. Thank you for dying. It was very nice of you. Now, I think I can talk about this now. Is that a Rooshk or a Mucker? Looks like a Rooshk to me. Yeah. But I think I can talk about this now because I think they already patched it. But it used to be, back in the day, I was playing on Reef Cove. And these guys right here, for whatever reason, I don't know why, I was going through this dungeon just trying to complete the quest. And for whatever reason, these Rooshk, all, like each and every one of them, dropped a large Dark Isle trophy. And it was very confusing. I was very confused about it. Because, like, why? Why would you be dropping that? You probably shouldn't be. Is this open? Or is this closed? It looks like this is closed off from the muckers in the outside. But yeah, they patched it after I reported it. I don't think I ever went back to verify it was patched, though. I think I just took their word for it when they said they'd be patching it in the next update. So let's see, this leads out to there, and then we just continue through. And what kind of muckers are these? Fanatical and barbaric. Okay. You can find them through the wall. What the heck are you? There's just a statue. Okay. Felicitations, malefactors. Ow. This is why I do not like debuffs. Get out of here with all those debuffs. No one wants you. What did I just say? What did I just say 2 seconds ago? No debuffs. I think he crit for like 60 damage there. Hey Roosh. How's it going? Yeah, you want to fight. Well, you're gonna get destroyed. Thank you, come again. Alright, well there's muckers out there. Might have to fight them. But if I'm real sneaky like. Nope. Nope. Come over here. Thank you. This is the other two. The easier two. Come be in the same place, please. You guys are really annoying. You're both like hanging out in different quadrants. Okay. There, are you close enough for me to hit you both? You are. Thank you. I'm certainly more comfortable fighting these guys through walls than in person. Okay. Moving along. What are you? Barbaric. Let's clear our debuffs before fighting you. Of course, you're probably going to put debuffs of your own on me, because you just like doing that. Okay, magic yield is fine. Normally that wouldn't be fine, but I'm not really resisting these guys' spells anyways, so... Gossamer Flesh, that should be alright. Gossamer Flesh again, alright. Interesting choice. Okay. And then the next room, is this? This is where I think it is. Let me see if I can see him. Yep, 185, the Ward Guardian. Fanatical Mucker. What does the quest say to do after I kill this guy? If I can kill him? If you solo this and have been running through, it might be a good idea to kill him. Okay, we haven't been running through, we've been killing through. Jump on top of the frame of the door. Can't do that. Okay, so then we just unlock the door, run past. Then you can kill the spire. Okay. Interesting. Nice. So we just need to kill this guy. Okay, this mucker came in. Oh, you're just a fanatical. Okay. You're easy. I sure hope your boss is as easy as you are. Because, I mean, you're both the same type. You're both the fanatical ones. But who the heck knows? He is a boss, so I'm gonna drink up all my stamina potions to not waste any time. Apparently I can't use Blackmore's favor because I was busy. Kind of weird, but you know, whatever. All right, you come this way. Don't kill me. You take no damage. New plan. Piercing? Piercing's just as bad. Okay. And fire probably isn't any better. You really like your debuffs, don't you? Yeah, you do. It's gonna be a long fight. Yeah. Yep. You know, this is one of those moments where I really wish I had put in the time and effort to go get that Royal Rune two-hander that I never actually put in the effort to go get. Dude, actually I don't want the enemies respawning in here, so let's head into your room. Give us some privacy. Because yeah, you don't seem to be too big of an issue. You had a lot of debuffs at the start, but you haven't really done anything with them. Try to keep our top 2 debuffs on him. His health is going down. Oh yeah, and he is pretty much out of mana. I guess he just used up all his mana on debuffs, and now he's just helpless. Not entirely helpless. Also, where the heck is my Surge of Regen? I've been fighting this guy for a while now. You'd think I would have gotten at least 1 proc. What I am wondering, though, is what procs Aetheria? Because I know it just procs in combat, but I can't tell if it procs on me hitting an enemy, or if it procs on an enemy hitting me. Ow, okay. I mean, you're still pretty much out of mana, so you can only do that every so often, but ow. Did not see that coming. But yeah, I don't know, because the cloak cast on strike type thing activates when an enemy hits you, but a weapons cast on strike activates when you hit an enemy, because obviously it does. So I'm like, which one is it? Okay, these are going to take a while to go away. I'm just going to do that there. So they're going to use the rest of their, their remaining mana trying to debuff me again. And hopefully not fire things at me that take half my health, because that scares me. It scares me a lot. Hey, but luckily we did our dailies today, so we actually got probably as many of these Gems of Stillness as we've been using in this dungeon. But I gotta keep up on that, because I need many, many, many of those. Like, I use them all the time. It's somewhat of an addiction. You just spam the Gems of Stillness. Because, you can't be having that. The enemies are too scary for it. Thank you. Now, it said there was mostly Rooshk in between us and the final room now. And then in the final room, we just need to, like, destroy a thing. What's it? But actually here, since we still have time, we have plenty of time on our buffs, I'm going to lay down. Not going to use any more stamina potions for the moment. We're just going to lay down and relax, get our stamina back. We're not on a timer. I can study the map a bit more, if that's even necessary, which I don't think it is, because it's linear from here on out. But yeah, it says... Yeah, you unlock the door with the key and run. One last mucker before the Dark Crystal Spire. You can kill it, or in the room with the spire, there's a hallway to the left with a service portal at the end. If you're a ranged mage, you can attack the spire without any mucker coming into the room from the hallway. Archers can go full speed. The spire has no missile defense. Mages do best using walls, especially Tusker Fists. Portals spawned by the spire needs to be double-clicked to be used. Okay, so we go in there. There's one mucker left. A lot of Rooshk, apparently. We kill a spire. It puts up a portal and flags us to go to Dark Isle. And that's it. That's the rest of the quest. We go in there, kill enemies to the spire, kill the spire, victory. I really need to look into where I can get some more melee weapons. Because I mean, like, these two are really good, but if anything is resistant to fire and slashing, I'm just kind of screwed. Like what am I gonna do after that point? I need to get the Royal Runed, whatever they call it, the Stabby Do, because that'll be good against bosses, because it can put Gossamer Flesh on them. And then I'm sure there's many, many other, good weapons out there that I can be getting. Though, as I said, the choices of weapons when it comes to two-handers is actually really limited. So we'll see. We may just start having to look out for good weapons off of enemies, and maybe get some kind of well, that's a mucker. Said there was only one mucker left between us and the boss. Or us and the spire. It's not really a boss. Oh, it's an easy mucker. Nice. Almost there. Nice. So now if I see any other ones... Oh. No, it's just the spire now. And it takes lots of damage because it's crystal, so... We win, I guess? It was saying something about not pulling muckers while fighting the spire if you stand in a hallway, but... There's literally no one here, so... I don't know what it was talking about. We'll just keep slicing this spire. It has a lot of health. I see why they were suggesting Tusker Fists for this thing, because... Jeez. Can't even really see its health bar because it's counted as an item, but... I'm doing 400 damage crits, and it's still just taking little tiny chunks off of its health. But we're in no rush now. We're good. Let's do medium. Also, while we have a moment, and speaking of this, I kind of feel like attacking high is slower than attacking medium. Because, you know, if you attack high, you do the bar, and then hit, whereas medium, you do bar, and then hit. It's like, it seems like marginally faster. And I don't know if that's just the animation that is slightly faster, but overall the duration of the attack is the same. I don't know. That could very well be. But it just... The hits hit slightly in closer... You know, they hit slightly closer to each other. Which makes me feel like I'm hitting faster. You remember attacking high and AC was no bueno? Really? I mean, it kind of sucks because attacking high is the only way that I can get the dirty fighting debuffs on them. And that's like the best debuff because it reduces their chance to hit me and reduces their healing factor. So, there we go, we've made it to Dark Isle. That was a terrifying dungeon. I mean, really the beginning was the most terrifying because those barbaric muckers were the hardest part. But yeah, I'm glad that the boss wasn't all that. Man, now we can do all sorts of Dark Isle things, which actually amounts to pretty much nothing because we're not in a society yet, because that requires level 180. So I guess all we can really do around here is maybe run out there, kill some of the easier enemies and get the trophies, and that's about it. So there's not a lot to do on that. Hey, there are some of the Rushka now. We could go take their trophies. Which I don't know if it's a great idea. So I'm gonna drown myself real quick, getting some stamina back, just so that I'm fully prepared to fight these guys. Because I do kind of want to test out if I can fight a group of these guys alone. Because I know that the individual ones, we fought them in the dungeon. They weren't hard. But the boss enemy that spawns, I don't know if we can take that on very easily. If we can kill these guys, we could just skirt around the island looking specifically for the Rushk. It'd be slow, but we'd get it done eventually. You know, it's good XP. That's probably enough stamina. Enough drowning. Once again, I really need to get the augment that makes that go faster. Oh, you want to throw stuff at me? Really, dude? Okay. Oh, man. Okay. Okay. This is doing way more damage than I was doing to the ones in the dungeon. Ow. His thrown weapon does some damage, though. But not enough to really be dangerous. Okay, blind. Yeah, I'm doing about... Man, that's proccing a lot. I'm doing about the same damage to this guy that I was doing to the ones in the dungeon. I have so many AoEs. Yeah, I would be trying to kite this guy away from the spawn location, but He does have a ranged weapon, and that makes life a lot more difficult. So now we just need to kill groups of these guys about 100 times. Easy, right? And that'll get us a singular piece of armor. 1 out of 5? 6? Somewhere in there. I think 5. And it's a random piece, which means that sometimes it gives you duplicates. Isn't that just fun? Almost down. Yeah, if this guy didn't have a ranged weapon, I'm pretty sure he would have been a complete pushover. And loot these guys. They usually have like level 8 components on them. At least sometimes they do. Doesn't seem like these guys wanted to give us any. Alright. Well, it is certainly possible. It's certainly very much possible. And we got an essence. Which... I think I'll hold on to it. Because... earlier in the stream I was talking about how I wasn't sure if I wanted to do the ancient armor or the Alderessa armor. I mean, maybe even the noble armor, but I think that's kind of archer specific. So I'm not sure. Also, my stamina's really hurting. I need to... How much is cooking? That's 6, right? No, it's 4. Okay. So we can get that a lot sooner than I thought. But once we get cooking, we'll have infinite food for our stamina, mana, maybe even health. But that's only in conjunction with alchemy. But we also get stamina potions from dailies. Let's see, how many... 37 of those. We could also try to kill those. I don't know how well that would go. Generally, I think... I'm trying to think back to when I was fighting here on my... I'm gonna lay down again. I'm trying to think back to when I was fighting here on my mage, because I had like an entire hierarchy of which enemies were more difficult than others. Like the Remoran, I believe they did a lot of damage at times, but they also didn't have a lot of health. So they were easy. The Golems, they have a good amount of health and do a lot of spells. So they're a bit more difficult. You don't want to fight them. The Rooshk are at the easiest, because they're super easy. The Shadows are like the Rooshk, but slightly harder, because they actually cast spells. The Muckers, I think, are on about the same level as the Shadows. Though the Muckers would also be easier because I have a decent slashing weapon that we have tested does decently against Muckers. So that's always good. So I could try the Muckers, but I don't know. They actually cast spells, and fighting that big of a group of spellcasters that are all much higher level than me seems a bit scary. So let's just head in here. Sleeches. Those are at the top of the list. Those are the most difficult. You never, ever engage the Sleeches under any circumstances. Of course, all of you guys are ranged. Why must you do that? Okay. Well, the boss isn't ranged, so we can just go out of their range, I think. Have them chase us a bit. They're certainly chasing us. They've given up on their... Oh, they have. They've given up on their ranged ways. That's good. So apparently you just need to run far enough away and they'll give chase. Ow. Even without spells, these guys pack a punch. Alright, well, when I said that having these guys be melee would make life a lot easier to kill them, but I was apparently mistaken, because their attack skill is super high. Ow. Okay, this will be 2. Yeah, wait a minute. I think that's why my no, wait, that's a life magic thing, isn't it? Oh, no. I was gonna say, I've never been putting on the stamina recovery rate buff, but I think that's actually a life magic buff. Okay, I didn't loot either of these guys yet. Hope nothing respawns on top of us. Okay. Yeah, because our stamina recovery is really hurting, and I don't know why. I think I'm just fighting too much. I mean, sure, I've been kind of relying on potions up until now, but not to this degree. Get rid of this. Now we have 2 of the corrupted essences out of 100, or possibly 500 or more. Yeah, stam regen buff is life magic. Unfortunate. Cause yeah, we're gonna be hurting on that for some time till we get cooking. Cause yeah, this just buffs all our skills and attributes, not regeneration rates. I'm sure I could find like a piece of jewelry with it, but until then, we're gonna be lying down a lot. Anyways, let's see. Ooh, I wanted to... I don't think I'm gonna stick around here for much longer, just killing random enemies, because that's something to do off stream. I don't... I need to remember, I don't lifestone anymore. I need to lifestone recall. Because lifestoning will just take us back to Dark Isle, and that's not exactly what we need. But I wanted to go back to the Colosseum bosses and see if I can't kill Killiger a bit easier with a fire weapon rather than the slashing one. Because yeah, the first time I just went into a slashing, and I think I was doing like 20, 30 damage with it every hit, which was painfully slow. Let's see, we don't have the recall yet, so that's Yanshi, right? And then it's out this way. But it'll be nice once we get the better armor, eventually. And at least it gives me something to do in my spare time. Like, if I don't want to just do the dailies, I can just sit on Dark Isle and kill guys to get trophies. Which would... It takes a long time. Honestly, that is, like, the biggest farming quest in, like, the entire game, as far as I know, is just finding all those essences for the armor. Because I remember I would... On my mage a while back, when I was trying to actually get the armor for the first time on them, I was basically just getting 100 essences a day. And that, it took like hours. It took many hours. Thank you for the follow com link. I assume that's probably how you pronounce it, with the Y is just link. But yes. Yeah, it took many, many, many hours to get 100 of these essences each and every day. But I did it. And got the entire set of armor in like, I don't know, I think it took like probably a week, maybe 8 or 9 days tops. Because on that server, there was a guy in the marketplace that was like relic armor exchange or something, and you could just give him a piece of relic armor and he would give you a different piece. So you pretty much every 100 you get would almost guaranteed get you the piece you're looking for if you just exchange it with the dude at the marketplace. But of course I'm all alone here, so no such luck on that end for me. Let's just do them in order. So Stone Fists would be first. Let's lie down for a minute, get our stuff back. Cause you know, I'm just as stingy in Asheron's Call as I am in WoW, where I don't want to use any of my drinking items unless I actually have to. Which is probably not smart, because I mean they're kind of cheap and you get a ton of them each day if you do the right quests, but you know, it's fine. I also think I have like a bunch of them in my house chest because they were weighing me down, so I put like 50 of each into my house chest. So I probably have more than I even think I do. Okay, good enough. Let's get Stone Fists done. Not that this guy gives much XP. He's honestly a pretty underwhelming boss at this level. But, you know, sometimes you just want to go in order, you know? I just killed a guy without even touching him. That's impressive. Yeah, I really need to go back to Zara Biden sometime. Because I've just been gathering up all these Aetheria powders, and I think that's like 3 MMDs worth. Or is it Manaforge keys? I don't remember. It was either the yellow one or the red one that gave MMDs. But either way, it's a lot of items there that I can turn them in for. Yeah, I don't even think we need to put Blinding Blow on this guy. He's probably not going to hit me anyways. Kind of easy. But that's to be expected. And then we can go to Killigurg and hope his fight doesn't take like an hour like it did last time. Oh my gosh. Because they give the guy like 100,000 HP. It's like, why? No one needs that much HP. And he doesn't even like cast any difficult spells. He literally just hits you with like an acid spear and that's it. I mean, at least Azaxis has some kind of spell capacity that makes him dangerous throughout the whole fight. There we go. But this brings back memories. Because I remember back in the day, back when I was younger, I used to go into the Colosseum on a regular basis and just do the Colosseum bosses. And that was it. That was like all my dailies for the day. It was just, I'd come in here on my highest level character, kill the bosses, log in all my low level characters, collect all the tokens, and then rinse and repeat. And I'd just be getting like a small amount of XP on 10 different characters at once. It was quite efficient. Of course, nowadays I know much more efficient methods of getting XP. That's why I did all the other dailies before this one, really. Alright, come on, Killigurg. Let's see how this weapon does against you. Against your 100,000 HP. Ooh. Really? What the heck? That is a lot of damage. Just to reiterate, I was doing like 20 damage to this guy a hit with my slashing weapon. You know how long it took? You know the amount of time it would take to take down this monstrosity with 20 damage a hit? 50 on a crit, approximately. It's painful. But this is amazing. 680 damage crits. I like that. Of course, my dirty fighting is not activating on him very easily. I really need to level that up at some point. Man, this is fast. Just blazing speed. We're already down to 70% health on him. Keep the debuffs up. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna need to heal and then get some stamina back. I'm feeling like this fire weapon was certainly worth the amount of time I spent farming for it. I mean, just to, you know, diversify the number of damage types I can use, it's worth it just for that. Because being restricted to slashing kind of made me feel like I was on my archer again. Where it's like you just have the one damage type and that's all you do. Because for the longest time on my archer, that's all I had was the, I think it was the unerring strike bow. That was like the best bow I had, and I couldn't find anything better. So I just used that and nothing else forever. I'm sure if I'd gotten higher and higher level, I would have found better stuff, but you know, up until that point, which was just like mid-hundreds, that was the only thing. It was the best item. I just resisted 2 AoEs in a row. Does he not realize how incredibly rude that is? He's below half, significantly so. Man, he's just level 125. How the heck did he get so much health at this level? Yeah, I'll definitely need to research more two-handed weapons when it comes to even more damage types, because as of now, all I have is slashing and fire. Even if they're very good weapons, you still need more elements than that. Like I could use a lightning weapon for things such as banderlings, legions, that kind of thing, which you come across quite often. And I guess fire works decently against legions, but I don't think slashing does. Ooh, and lightning also for Viamania Knights. Those guys, I mean, slashing works, just not amazingly. I'm trying to hit low to get the unbalancing strike on him, and he keeps evading me. Quite ironic. Alright. 12% health. Yeah, this was like night and day. I mean, still a long boss fight, but so much better. And now that I'm using the middle attack more often, because I usually just go high attack by default, because it's just the most defensive one. It makes it so they can't hit me as often. So I just always default to that so they don't kill me. And then I never really get my bleeds on them. So I think having the bleed on him also helped quite a bit. Just that constant extra DPS. Now the question is, let me look up a Zaxxas. Because I think, yeah, weaknesses are fire and slashing, which is weird because his attacks are also fire and slashing. It's like, why would you specifically use the exact damage types that you're weak to? That seems a little counterintuitive, but we'll stick with the fire because I like it. Of course, we'll probably check. We'll probably test back and forth between the fire and the slashing, see which one does the most damage. Because, you know, you gotta be scientific about it. You gotta run tests. Now, of course, you put buffs on yourself to make you fire resistant, which actually I think Zaxxas does too. So maybe slashing would be best, because I don't think he puts slash protection on himself. But we'll see when he finally decides to show up. Taking his sweet time over there. There he is. So we're still doing good damage now. At least good enough damage. But if he ever buffs himself for fire, I'm gonna need a switch. Ow. If only I got... If only I could get some regen going. But we've still got low-level Aetheria, so that stuff never procs. Does the guy ever run out of mana? Because he's just spamming spells right now. But I think that's how it worked last time. I think he spammed spells for like the first 10 minutes of the fight. Or not 10 minutes, but just for the first couple minutes. And then he like stopped casting them nearly as often. So I think he does run out of mana. Just takes him a while. Yeah, but we're not doing as much damage to this guy, but we are certainly... Actually, let's switch over to this, see if that's comparable. It's a bit better, actually, isn't it? 144 crit versus 116 crit. Yeah, so this is better. But yeah, it's not as good against this guy as it was against Killigurg, but this guy certainly has, I think, is 1/4 the health, so 25,000. So should still be about comparable. Doing 1/6 the damage, taking out 1/4 the health. This thing crits so often. Like I think the axe definitely crits more often than the sword does. Even though they both just say they have the biting strike. I think it affects the axe more. Which I don't know exactly how that works. I know every quest item has different values for those kind of things, but it's very hard to tell. Because, you know, once again, it's crit chance, you know? You could just be getting incredibly lucky with one weapon, and then just happen to get very unlucky with the other one. And it would look like the other one has less crit chance. I should probably be keeping... Oh, he's not really dodging me at all. So unbalancing blow is probably unnecessary. But he's almost down. Well, by almost down, I mean below 50%. That's still, it's still gonna be a few minutes, but... Yeah, it's close enough. And yeah, he seems... It has been long enough that I can comfortably say that he certainly runs out of mana. Because he is not casting anything anymore. Except, you know, the occasional spell. There's his occasional spell. Let's get some healing done here and back to fighting. Almost there. I mean, this is supposed to be like a Crowley. Interesting. Who the heck is Crowley? I thought that came from Killigurd. Crowligurg. I don't know. Yeah, these should give a decent amount of XP. Though I kind of wish the items were more usable for me. Because the only one I can really use is Stone Fists. And those aren't... I mean, they're good. They have a lot of buffs on them. Decent armor level, but compared to, like, armor sets like this, it doesn't really compare all that great. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I can never remember if Killigurg is lower or higher level than his Axis. Because he seems so much easier. I mean, he has a lot more health. Yeah, so that gives 50 mil. That gives 30 mil. So yeah, his Axis is technically a lower tier boss. Let's see. We have plenty of Mana Stone fodder, so we can just throw these out. So I don't have much of a use for him right now. Alright then. Let's just fill these up. Okay. I need to grab more of these. I'm running a bit low. But I think that'll be it for this stream. We got from like 146 up to 151. And we got Dark Isle flagging, which is kind of a huge step forward. Because, you know, Dark Isle is a very end game type location. So we're gonna do our regular thing of raiding Morg as always. She's playing Baldur's Gate 3, I think. She's pretty far in the game as far as I can tell, but we'll just jump in there and I'll see you guys next time. It's Friday, so I'll be streaming tomorrow. I don't know what I'll be streaming, but I'll be streaming something, same time. So I'll see you guys later. Goodbye.